Hello, hello, everybody. All right. So this is going to be a slightly different sprint. I'm going to be talking a lot, and I'm going to be. It's going to be a little chaotic because my whole goal today is to both show you what I have for my works in progress, my WIPs, but also I'm going to be packing up a lot of the ones that I'm not actively working on this year, um, or ones that aren't like super, super close to being finished. I already have one of those in front of me. I'm like, oh, yeah, I probably should finish that sooner or later. Um, Basically, as a goal to get the easier stuff for me to pack up before we move done, before, that drudgery and the, oh, God, I gotta do this, before that hits, because that's going to hit. We have a house that we have been here for 20 years. We've got a ton of stuff that we're trying to clean out. So I want to make this a WIP parade. And then I will run some sprints while I put that section of WIP parade into bins, or if it's stuff that I am actively working on, it'll go back into the containers that you see behind me. So there'll be a little bit of that today. When I do run sprints today, they're going to be 30-minute sprints. And then there'll be a whole lot of talking in between. If people are on here with me and they do want to see longer sprints, if you'd like to have a 45 or whatever, just let me know. I have no problem doing that. But this is going to be a little bit of a chaos live stream. So just for warning. And Pearl is here. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you. And yes, thank you. I appreciate I appreciate you kind of co-modding on me with it without having the mod capabilities, and reminding people to nudge the like button. For those who are not joining live, that's okay. I'm going to be turning this into a FlossTube later, where I will cut out the sprints and kind of edit it down so that you just see the stuff that's actually my WIP parade, and it'll probably be cut into a couple of different videos. I also, as I'm sorting through stuff here, there probably will be some stuff that you see that I don't show. That's only because they are things that I put into an envelope, but I haven't actually stitched on. Last year, I had decided that I was going to let myself start anything I wanted to for my 50th birthday. And, it's like, the time is now, start everything. And oddly, I did not start as many things as I thought I would. But I had stuff that was kind of ready to go or partially ready to go. So they're in envelopes, and I'm not going to take them out of the envelopes because they're there. But since they don't have stitches in them, I'll be like, ooh, look, it's a piece of fabric. That not quite as exciting. We can do those later once I'm moved, but we'll stick to the WIPs because there's a whole lot of them. Before I get started, I will introduce you to how I organize my WIPs. So obviously, excuse me, if you've seen any of my FlossTubes in the last year and a half, everything that I am currently working on is in these bins here. That does not mean that everything in these bins is stuff that has stitches in them. Anything that I've started to kit is also in these bins. But there are a lot of WIPs. I keep a page because I am a child of the 70s and 80s. I have ye old Trapper Keeper, and with that wonderful sound. And I have a page for every single one of my WIPs, noting when I started it, if it's been part of a stitch along or a challenge. I've got the fabric on there. If it's not the floss that was charted for it. If I've made any swap outs, I make notes here about it. So it's just kind of like my record of where I got things from. These pages are part of the 24 hours of cross stitch planner, which I'm not using this year, but I have in the past. It's Quirks and Stitches on Etsy, and she has some fabulous organizational stuff in her projects. So I'm just laughing. Pearl's like, I'm going to be in the other chat, so I'm bouncing back and forth. That's cool. I may do that a little bit during my own breaks here too. And she's used to being a mod, so it's habit at this point. Thank you. Yeah, eventually I'll probably break out into that too and have some of that, but not yet. All right, let me hide that. So yeah, this is how I keep notes on all of my pieces, and they are all in alphabetical order by title. And then when I finish a project, I have a separate Trapper Keeper that their pages get moved into. That's all for my finishes. But that's how I keep track of every single one of them. I am kind of boring, kind of old school, but every project has a note, has a page. I keep every single project in a project bag of some sort. I have a wide variety of project bag styles. Some of them are literal, like cosmetic bags if they're super small. Some of them are other bags that I've gotten from the Black Needle Society. I showed that my stuff from the Downton Abbey retreat that I'm going to be attending later this week. This is another one of their bags. It's a little smaller. I have a bunch of bags that I've gotten that friends made for me over the years that they're no longer making them, but pretty bags with vinyl. Some of them I've just bought randomly from other people. So I have a wide variety of project bags that have come from various sources. I also have ye old Amazon, zipper bags that I've just bought in bulk, which a lot of them up here are now just because I needed so many of them at a time. You can use anything as a project bag. I started out using those vinyl envelopes that have like a string thing, and they were great until the vinyl started to dry up and become crunchy on them. and also I had a cat at the time who liked to bite them, and they had like holes breaking into them. So that's when I switched to these types of project bags. Every single project bag also has there are these little keychains that have blank space. You'd basically just take the ring off, and then these pieces of paper come out. And I label each project bag with the name of the piece, because while, yes, some of them it's great because they have a window, some of them don't. And because I have so many of them, it just is easier to identify them, and I can keep the tags on the outside, and it's really easy to find what I'm looking for. So that's how I organize all of my WIPs. Floss is kept with all of them. I do not keep a single set of floss and pull from it to work on all of my pieces. Every single project has its floss. When I'm done with that project, the floss that's left over gets pulled out, and it gets put back into what I call my master pool. And when I kit things, stuff comes from the master pool first, and then I will buy from there. The reason I don't keep the floss in one master pool for all of my WIPs is A, because it takes me so long to go through my WIPs. But B, also, even with DMC, there are die lots. They can be very subtle, but there absolutely are die lots, especially with some like the browns, the 840s and stuff, and some of the greens. And I want to make sure stuff matches. So if it ages and it fades, it's going to age and fade with that project, and it will stay you know, in theory with that project. So now that we're getting ready to go, so I'm going to do my first batch. Let me just show Pearl here. Oh my God, it's a Trapper Keeper. What are the new style? Yeah, I bought this, I want to say maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, when they were coming back in, and I was like, oh, it's a Trapper Keeper. Yeah, and they're like the perfect thing to keep this stuff in and easily identified. So, and like I said, I'm a child of the 70s and 80s, so I got to have my Trapper Keepers, especially since I wasn't allowed to have them in school. They were actually banned from my school, probably because of the Velcro. Okay, so let's start off. I just grabbed the first batch out of that top cabinet, and we'll get going. So the first one I have here is Live on Little, and I showed this recently. Pretty sure I showed this recently because I was working on it recently. Of course, I have a needle that's being a little cranky here. Oh, I also keep a needle in with every single project, so you can imagine how many needles are floating around here. But it allows me to grab and go. So, okay. So this is Live on Little as it stands. And I am working on, is this actually, yeah, it's not dark. Okay. This is done on 40 count Old Massachusetts linen from Primitive Hair. And it is being done with the overdyes and some DMCs. So this is my color palette for this one on the floss tags. And let me find the picture so you can see the full picture here. This is what it will eventually be. It's a big piece. This one has a lot of solid stitching on it, but I've seen a couple of them done, and it's really, really stunning. So I started this one a couple of years ago at one of my retreats, and the goal was everyone was going to work on it, and then it was going to, we were all going to finish it in theory around the same time, and did it. It was a start along. They're never stitch alongs. They're always start alongs. A couple of people have gotten it done, but as you can see, I am nowhere near that. I am trying to get that house, barn, whatever it actually technically is, done first because it has the most intricate counting because it's 6x6 bricks. And yeah. So that is actually going to stay out because that is on my WIP Go board for this year. So I'm going to put that over here in this pile. And this is also in it. This is a teeny tiny one, and I really should finish this year. This is called I Love the USA, and I am not, we will qualify this with I am usually not a patriotic stitcher. It is not my jam. But this was a cute little piece that had like some neat finishing, so I needed to do this. And it comes with all of the pieces you see here. And I got this at a Celebration of Needlework retreat in, consult the Book of Armaments. Let me see here. Let me open up my book. I probably could have pulled all of these out, but then that was just more filing that I really didn't want to do. Okay, this is from Manny Dodonna, who is an Italian designer. And I got it, it came in the 2020 celebration round robin. So this actually was the virtual one because it was held during the summer of 2020. So, and it was, I do not have a ton done on it, if I remember right. I have the flag done on it, or mostly done on it. This is the fabric it came with. So this was fully kitted. It's done with DMC. And for some reason, we're going to have ones here. Oh, that's the I and the L. That's right. That's the I and the L. So this is the entire piece of fabric for all of the parts that go on this. And it's just DMC. But it has all of the finishing stuff is here. The floss is in total disarray in here. And then it has the thread winder, which is kind of cool. So feels like, oh, I might have to glue the thread winder a little bit. Feels like it may have gotten a slight crack in it. All right. So that's that one. And I know that is also on my WIP Go board for the year because I wanted to finish that this year. All right. Another piece that this one is, I'm done stitching it. I just need to finish it. This was a piece that one of my stitchy friends gave us when we went to just a girls' weekend away. And it is a cute little scissor fob. I don't even know the name of it. But it was just this cute little pumpkin. This is the front. Obviously, this is the back. And what I need to do is, you see this line going around it? I just need to do that line there. And then I just whip stitch through those lines. And that's how you finish it. And I'll probably do that as a floss tube at some point. And I'll show how these are done, because they're actually not that hard to do. But it gives it such an intricate line that it looks like it's a really, really fancy way of finishing, and it totally isn't. Let's see if there's a note on what this was. It's called the Jack-O-Lantern Scissors Fob from Casey Buongiorno Designs. It's from 2007. And my friend kitted everything up, so I have no information on what the fabric is or anything. But super cute. And like I said, I just have to get this thing done. So I'm going to keep that out, because that could be something easily done soon. Okay, next up, this needs a tag, is Autumn Splendor by Brenda Gervais. This I started last September at a retreat called the Cranberry Gathering, and it was on the just the freebie stash pile. Someone had decided that they weren't going to stitch it, so they put it on the stash pile for anyone who wanted to stitch. And when I got there, I realized that I had brought everything in my project except for my floss bin. So, because I think I brought a Wentzler to work on, and it was like, oh, I brought everything but my floss, which was a really good thing. That's when that project went into one of these WIP bags, by the way. So yeah, this was on there, and there was a piece of, oh, the fabric was with it, actually. It was like a full kit that was already ready to go. So for the one day that I was at the retreat, I just put the little birdie on it. It's not a big piece. So it's cross stitches, and then these are Smyrna crosses, which are basically 8-sided crosses. And I learned how to do Smyrnas actually before I ever even did cross stitch, because I started with a version of embroidery called chicken scratch, which is done on gingham fabric, and you use white floss, and then you just do different designs within the squares, and it makes it look like lace if you get enough of it together. So I learned how to do Smyrnas a long, long time ago. This one is done on a fabric called Barb's Blend by R&R Reproductions. It's 36 count linen. So for those who don't know what that translates to, so there's 8 of fabric, which has the wider dots, and that's what a lot of people are more associate with cross stitch, because that's what you would see everywhere. You know, you'd see it at Michael's, you'd see it at Joann, you would see it at Hobby Lobby. It's what often was in kits, especially back in the 80s and 90s. And it's that it can be that very stiff, starchy feeling fabric. And you'd see numbers like 14 count, 16 count, 18 count. That is how many stitches there are to the inch on those fabrics. So 14, obviously, they're going to be bigger stitches. 18, they're going to be smaller stitches. When you get to linen, and this is not a solid rule. There are off counts. There are weird number counts. But the standard is 28 count, 32 count, 36 count, 40 count. And then the linen goes up from there, okay? Linen gives you the option that you can either stitch over 2 holes, which is what this is. And in that case, it becomes the same as the Aida fabric. So 28 count Aida equals 28 count linen equals 14 count Aida, because they're going to have the same number of stitches to the inch. 32 is 16, 36 is 18, so on. Or you can stitch over 1, and then it becomes the number it is. So if you decide to do 28 over 1, you're going to have 28 stitches to the inch. And they get super, super tiny. And I've done some over 1, not on anything higher than, did I do any on 40 count? No, I don't think I've done any on 40 count. I think the highest I've done over 1 on is 32. And that's plenty. So, all right, so this one needs a label. So I'm going to put that there. Okay, next up, I think this may be actually the bin that wound up being a lot of my WIP Go stuff. So a lot of this might not get packed up. Is Lucy Calcutt, which was on my January WIP Go board. This is Miss Lucy Calcutt, 1825, from Just Stitching Along. This is a reproduction sampler, so there is a original that was in fact stitched in 1825. And Lucy was 8 years old when she stitched the original. What you see here on the cover is the reproduction. I don't think there's a copy of the... It said that it's an adapted reproduction. So there's a little bit of inspiration. It's not a perfect reproduction. The original, the sample that was stitched for producing this, and it was stunning. So this is my copy, and I am doing mine on 40 count. And this is where I ended it at the end of January this year. And I am doing this with floss from Vicki Clayton Silks. I did a conversion, so they come on spools like this. And I will get the fabric for this is Vanilla Latte. It's 30. Oh, I thought I did it on 40. It's 36 count. 36 count Vanilla Latte from Bestitch Me. So that's that one. I've worked on this for WIP Go this year, so I don't know if I will again until we move. Do I pack it? Do I not pack it? I don't know. I'll have to think. It is getting dark in my room here. We're supposed to get some rain today, so I'm a little worried that, all right, we'll put that there just in case, because it's like getting really dark in here. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I have not put stitches in on that, so we're going to just add that to the bin. Conveniently for this week, here we go. This is not going anywhere because I will be working on this as of Wednesday. This is the I Am a Custodian sampler for the Black Needle Retreat that I am going to be on as of Wednesday. And you can see where I left off. I haven't worked on this, I don't think, since last year's retreat. So it is blatantly the house from Downton Abbey. And just for a reminder, I'll just grab the newer chart because it makes more sense. So this is the entire chart to date. And it will continue to get filled in over the next couple of years as we have more retreats. So, but I have a good start on it, and it's a lot of straight stitching. But I will be working on this exclusively starting on Wednesday. And then at my next live after this weekend, I'll show you how far I got. So, and I am doing this with the charted DMC. Actually, I'm just going to add this chart to that bin. I Am a Custodian is being done on, flip to that page, Dune from Rogue Stitching. It's on 32 count. This is a Lugana, an even weave. So it's not like linen where it can have a little bit of variation on your stitches. This is going to stitch up with all the stitches really, really sharp, all symmetrical, all the same size. Linen gives you a little bit more of that old-fashioned, more natural look because the stitches can look a little bit, some of them can get a little bit wonky because of the natural stitch style. So that one is not going anywhere. Well, at least that was easy to find. I think a lot of this first bin I grabbed is, in fact, let's see, I'll put you up there, is my WIP bin, because it seems like a lot of this is stuff. That one has no stitches in it, so that can go in the bin. This is AI 6. Okay. This was my only new start as of this year. This is by Fox and Rabbit, and it is their mystery sampler for 2026. And actually, this will be probably going in the bin because I don't think I will work on it for the foreseeable future with everything else going off. This is what they had as of February. I haven't downloaded the newest parts. It's a mystery sampler. So they're releasing a little bit of it every single month. And then, December will be the final section of it. It is free to download until the 31st of December, Australian time. So US, you want to do it by the 30th of December. Once it gets to the 31st, once it gets to January 1st in Australia, it becomes a pay-for chart, but it is free to download until the end of December. Really, really generous of them. They've done one of these every single year. I am doing mine. I am insane on this one. This is my insanity stitch for the year. And I am doing this on a glorious piece of dark fabric called Nutmeg from Rogue Stitching. That's as far as I got in January. This is 40 count linen, and it is the prettiest dark chocolate brown. And then I am doing it entirely from stash. I have some other Vicky Clayton silks, and I just threw some colors in the bin, and I'm just going to play around with colors. So I've got got a white, a cream, a slightly darker khaki, and then the green and the blue. I just thought that would be a pretty set to play with. Oh, come here, Tobe. Thank you, Toby. Please do not hang up my call. Okay. That was Toby, everybody. So I think I will put this in the bin for right now because I don't expect to be working on it until after we move. I'm going to have so many other things I can work on. So we'll put that in the bin for right now. Okay. Next up, I don't know if this is on my list. I don't see it. Okay. This is Jeanette Douglas's Halloween sampler. I've taken a couple of classes with Jeanette. She is wonderfully Canadian. She lives in Alberta. And she does a lot of intricate stuff with silk floss and a lot of fun little stitches. So this was her Halloween sampler from a few years ago. The floss palette is mostly silks, but then she has some metallics, which just to add some flair to the mix. So a lot of different stuff to play with on this piece. And all I have, I just started this when I was at the Stitch New England retreat back in October. I was like, when was it? So all I have are the spiders. And I absolutely love this needle minder with my my skeleton lawn flamingo. I thought it fit. This one is done on. Do you know how much Halloween stuff I have in this book? It's kind of ridiculous. All right, Halloween sampler is on 40 count Amazon moss from Silk Weaver. So it's an older piece of fabric. I'm not even sure. I don't think there is. It's now what Needlework by Jim is, but I have a feeling this was a piece of Silk Weaver that I had going back to like the mid-aughts. So that's that piece. And it's a way too big piece of fabric. I tend to like, until I get to borders, I keep the fabric in with it. I never trim it down, and I really should. Oop. Okay. So let me do this. Put you back in there. And you will go in the bin. Okay. All right. Next up, this is on my WIP Go list for the year. Hasn't been called yet. Stitch with Sudbury, a Celestial Medley. And I am only doing one piece off of this. I am only doing this down here. I am not doing it in the ridiculously expensive box, which I will never be able to afford. But haven't decided how I'll finish it yet. Probably just round. And this is one of my pieces that is, in fact, on... Oh, wait. Nope. This one's not on Ada. I lie. This one's on even weave. It's on 28 count even weave. But it is in pretty good shape. So it's just a antique white even weave. So just slightly off bright white. And hoping that I can get this thing finished one of these days. So I know it's very retro. As Pearl's like, oh my God, it's so retro. For the record, the publishing date of this sucker is 1997. So it's right in when all the Celestial stuff was in style, along with the Hunter Green, right? I did not start it all the way back then, but yes, very retro. It's bad. I still like it though. And that's the thing. When you have a lot of projects, you know, you go through I love it, I hate it phases, and then you kind of put it away for a bit, and it's like, okay, it's fine, you know. Let's see. That needs a label, but that does not have stitches in it. Okay, what else do we have here? This I can, yeah, take that back. Okay, this is From Sea to Shining Sea, which again, I'm not a patriotic stitcher, so it's kind of funny how I do have a few Americana things. Oh, maybe I went through a phase. So this is the entire piece. This was released in bits, so every single square was released individually as a kit with the silk floss. But I do like that this isn't quite as rah America kind of a thing. This is more, you know, about the beauty of our natural and just the different climates that we have here, which is more appealing to me. So obviously we have it from the West Coast to the East Coast and a little bit in between. And Max picked the fabric for me on this one when he was about 4 years old. So for me, it's going to be, when I see it, it's also going to be like that affection family piece. And this is what I have done on it so far. And this one is on my WIP Go board, but has not yet been called this year. The fabric is a 32 count even weave, and it is called, it's from Silk Weaver. Oh, it's a limited edition, which means that they were trying to get a different color. Oh, come on, refocus. There we go. They were trying to get a specific color and it misdyed. So then they would just, instead of throwing the fabric out, they would just call them limited editions and sell them that way. But it's kind of like a faded terracotta color is probably the best way to describe it. And I love how the white just pops on this, which was kind of what I was going for. But yeah, Max picked this color out. So we'll add that to the WIP Go pile for the year. I need to just grab some stuff that's not WIP Go, apparently. And that one is in my very remind me of Montana because of the bison skulls, because there's bison skulls all over things from Montana. And I decided that was what that was going to go into. So people go, ooh, it's skulls, but I grew up with them. It was just like one of the symbols, probably with the Native American influence and just, you know, connecting with the land. I honestly never learned the complete significance of it, which I should be ashamed about, but okay. Next thing is, and I have lost my color copy of this, but this is Hugs and Kisses. This was on my January WIP Go, but I am so far along on it that I am going to keep it in my actives to see if I can finish this sucker by the end of the year, because I'm pretty sure I can. This is from Blue Ribbon Designs. And stitched entirely in DMC. And this is where I'm at on it. I have a lot done on this. And really, basically, I think there's one more line. Or is that? Nope, that's it. So this is the bottom left corner. So I just really have that I'm about 60% done with it. So I just have the rest of that to fill in. And then this sucker's done. And then that will be my third blue ribbon design that I've finished. So here's that one. That one is, I know this is done on a limited edition cut fabric. It's 28 count and it is regular linen, but it doesn't have a name. It's kind of an odd grayish color fabric. It's not, I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess it's kind of coming off. It's kind of coming off like an antique white on screen, but it's definitely a gray. And that one is in a bag that I bought from Blue Ribbon Designs because I have so many of her patterns. I decided I probably should just buy one of her bags, and that would become my official Blue Ribbon Design bag. So this is her Blue Ribbon Design bag. Okay, next up we have, this looks like this is Mary Fosh. This is, I started this with my Tudor Rose Sampler Guild about a year ago. And this is how far I've gotten on it. Not really as far as I'd like to, but again, I got distracted. This definitely is on WIP Go for this year. And Mary Fosh, when she's done, ignore the part one because it is the entire piece. This is what she will look like. She was another 8-year-old who did insane things because they were all insane back then. This is a true reproduction sampler, and my friend Sylvia, who is running with needles and scissors, is the person who charted this. And she is on, one of the reasons she's going slowly, I think, is because of my count. Yeah, I'm doing her on 46 count fabric, so 46 over 2. So she has itty bitty stitches, 23 stitches to the inch, which is why she's going slowly, because I need my magnifiers to work on her. And the fabric is, 46 count oat from Fibers on a Whim is the brand of fabric. With the charted flosses, which are all Gentle Art sampler threads. So she's being done all in cotton. I'm not doing her in silk. I actually hadn't done a lot of silk until more recently when I joined Tudor Rose. I pretty much had worked exclusively in cotton, with the exception of one piece from Jeanette Douglas when I took a class from her. And I still mostly stitch in cotton, as much as I do love some of the silk flosses. I don't really work in them all that much. Okay. Oh, Christmas tree. Aha. So I take it back. I've had a couple of starts this year. This was my birthday start this year. This is Oh, Christmas Tree. This was being done with a somewhat local group of stitchers. Many of them went to a retreat recently, and quite a few of them have it done. I barely have anything done because I've been working on everything else. So I am doing mine on a really pretty cut. I have like nothing done on this so far. I have chosen to do mine in red because I decided to kit this entirely from stash. So the red floss I have is from Threadworks, and it is a really pretty over dye. It's just going to make this glow. And what is my note on, let me see, on the floss, or the fabric, I mean. Oh, this is a just a exclusive to the shop, The World in Stitches, from on Seraphim fabric, and it's 40 count. So itty bitty stitches, but she'll be cute. I know that this is not in my WIP Go board, so I think I'm going to put her away for right now. Even though I hate to do it, I think I'm going to put her away because I don't need to have all these projects out. Okay. I'm going to do, I've got 4 more. Oh, this one I'm not going to show because that I don't think has anything. No. So I've got 3 more. No. What's in here? Oh, that's one I haven't stitched on, but I'll show it anyway. That's an adoption from one of my friends. I've got 3 more bags, and then we're going to do a quick break to do a sprint while I kind of clean up around here, and then I'll get to the next set of WIPs. And I'll also, before we go to a break, I'm going to just go through text from folks who have been chatting. Okay, this is Rookie Woods, and this was a stitch along. I don't even know if I have the full. Oh, I do have the full piece. This is from Tempting Tangles. It's from a couple of years ago. That is the full piece. The floss is all dinky dyes. So this is the color palette. These are all silks. And I am doing this on an antique white. This feels like even weave. And just the slightest bit of a, oh, it actually goes this way. Slightest bit of a start on this one. Is Rookie Woods on my list for the year? I don't see her, so this one's going to go into the bin for right now, which is a shame because it's a really pretty one, but, you know, I had to make a call and judge what I am and am not going to work on before we move. But she'll probably go on to my WIP Go board next year. That was one of my birthday starts last year, which is part of the reason why there's not that much done on her. Okay. Let me scooch here. Okay. Next up, and this one is not, I don't think she's on my, but I need to keep her out because I just need to finish her. This is one of my longest standing WIPs. And you'll see why she's long standing in a moment because it's where I'm at on the pattern. This is a Patchy Wedding Blessing from Cooler Designs. And that is what the entire piece looks like. And I started her, this is the first piece I ever started on linen. So it was a bit of a struggle because the tension on linen versus Aida, especially that super stiff starched Aida, huge difference. So there are some tension gaps on this piece, and you can see where I started to get my groove if you look closely. This is where I'm at. You would think that it's done, but it's not, because I have all of the back stitching, which is the straight stitching, to do. Like, let me balance this, up here in the Canada geese, defining the feather. I think I've got most of the feather defined, but can you see that if you're not a cross stitcher, you might not know what back stitching is. can you see where it actually has a line going? That is backstitch. And in cross stitch, that is what gives you the definition. So this is a perfect example. You can see this button that is backstitched versus this button that is not. I've just started the backstitching on this one, but that's how different it will look with just a simple line of stitching. And I have the entire piece to get backstitched. And that is what has been sticking me, because backstitching can be boring. in little bits, it's fine. And I've learned since doing this piece that I do backstitching as I go, so that I don't get stuck like I am here in backstitching the entire piece at once. This was intended as a wedding gift for a friend of mine who is now going to be celebrating her 20th anniversary. So maybe I should get my button gear and get it done for her. Might be a good idea. And that one is entirely in DMC. So I'm going to put that on the finish bin. We'll see if we get to it. Okay. This is a piece that is, the stitching is finished. I just need to fully finish it. And I think a lot of stitchers have the, I finished stitching it, I just need to actually do like the framing or whatever. We all have a bin like this. So this is called Quaker Hornbooks from With My Needle. And these were the two options. And I stitched this one. Pretty sure I stitched that one. Or am I lying? I'm lying. I stitched the other one. I stitched this one. And it is stitched in the called for color. And that's what it looks like stitched. So the stitching itself is done. Now I just need to finish it, which is to put it, I need to put it on backing and then attach it to the horn book that it belongs to. And when done, it will fit, because I use the right count of fabric, it will fit perfectly on that horn book. So one of my goals this year was to fully finish things. So for right now, I will be keeping this out, and then it will get packed up as the summer progresses and I see where we are in our moving plans. But that's one that's the finishing is the only thing I have left to do. Stitching's done. This pile over here is getting a little bit big. Stay. Okay. Final piece for this round before we go off to do things is this is not one that I've actually stitched on, but it has stitches in it, and so we will show it. It's called Valentine Hearts. It is almost done. And it's from Elizabeth Designs. And this was the piece. And this came from the stash of one of my local stitching friends who passed on now 9 years ago. And then we went through her stash and people were offered to take things that they would like, either that were finished or unfinished. And this is one of the pieces that I took that was unfinished of hers. And it is almost finished. This is where Sandy left it. So it really just needs this little bit there. And then there's a charm that goes here, which, do I have the charm? I hope I have the charm. Yes, I have the charm. Thank goodness. But I'm sure I can find a hard charm. So I just need to finish this for her. and then figure out how I'm going to finish it. But I have a few pieces from my fellow stitchers who have passed on, and to finish stitching them, as a memory to them. I'm sure a lot of us who craft have similar things where our friends have passed on and we have some of their crafty things. So I can finish this. I'm leaving her initials on it, obviously. Probably on the very back of the piece, I'll put my own on like a piece of fabric or something when I finish it up, just to note that I finished it for her. And that is all I have for round 1. We got a lot more to go. But so let me go through comments. Let's see. Pearl is saying you are so organized. I maybe in the WIPs, but you haven't seen the disaster in the yellow cabinet. That is a whole different animal, and it is a complete show in there. But the WIPs themselves, yes, I try to keep them organized. Pearl said that she is hand stitching project bags for her knitting. Nice. Yes. We've got to have our project bags of some sort. I mean, to keep everything together. It just, once I was introduced to project bags, it was like, oh, this makes life so much easier. Because unless you're a one at a time stitcher, you need some way to separate and keep everything together. You just do. And whether that's, those older fabric bags from the grocery store, or however you do it, you gotta keep things together. Just is a requirement. So I showed this one. The Celestial one is so retro. Yes. And 1997 to match my bedspread. I had one that has since been lost in a move that, was so 1997. It was amazing. And then Ren came in. Hello, Melissa and Pearl. Hi. Good to see you. I know everyone's bouncing around, and I know that I'm probably talking to the wind here for the most part, but thank you for coming by. All right, so let me get us into our first sprint. I'm going to go over to the page here, and I'm just going to take a break, get something to drink, do a little scooting around, and get the next pile of things ready to go. Let me share my screen. And we appropriately are going to be cleaning today, at least to start. So I'm going to start us with a 30-minute sprint. And if we want to do longer ones later, let me know. I have no problem doing that. I have it set for 4 of these, but we'll see how many we actually do. And yeah, so let me start this. Happy sprinting, everybody. And I will see you in a half hour. All right. Hello, hello, everybody. So I got a good amount of just random stuff done during that 30-minute break. So stuff that I showed you last round is now up in the top bin that I know I'm still actively working on. I've taken a bunch out of the second bin, which is now in my pile here, sorted through stuff that I'm not working on yet, stuff that I'd kitted, and put it in the bin behind me for later, because it's not a WIP parade if it's not a WIP yet. So it's in the bin. Got laundry in, said hi to my kiddo, checked in on him. One of our neighborhood stray cats was at the back window going, please feed me. So Skittles has now been fed. He's named Skittles because he runs away from us and will not let us touch him. So he's Skittles, and we also have, Starburst, who is a little more friendly. And there used to be a Snickers, but I haven't seen Snickers around in a little while. As you saw, there's a theme going on there. They were all tabbies. They're all tabbies. Starburst actually should be Skittles' name because he has a big white star on his back, but he's just too skittish. So that's why he got named that. Anyway, all right. So now I'm back. I popped over to Paula's sprints really quickly just to say hi in there. I'm going to link to Paula's stream because she is currently doing reading streams. And current stream. There we go. All right, so there's Paula's stream. She is currently streaming on another YouTube channel. And I think she's got about a little over a half hour in her current stream, in her current sprint. Okay, so let's get started on this one. I will say hi to people who've popped in. So Liz popped in and said, hey, I'm off today, so I am stitching. Awesome. Welcome, welcome. Hello. And then Cherry Blossom, who I believe is Tula. Forgive me if I have the wrong person. I'm still learning some of the names. Said to say hi and tickle the like button. She's over on Paula's streams as well, so you can go say hello to her. And then I showed Paula's stream. So that is where we're at. Okay. So next batch of things. As we go down, by the way, in these bins, it becomes less WIPs and more things that I haven't worked on. So this isn't going to go for like 20 hours. Yeah. And actually, during the break, I sorted out a lot of the stuff to get rid of. So it'll make it go faster going forward. Okay. So next up is my one and only current by this designer, which is the Victoria Sampler. I believe she is either retired or semi-retired now. Another Canadian designer. She is out of British Columbia, but I can't remember if she's specifically on the island of Victoria or just near the Victoria and or Vancouver. One or the other, I'd imagine. This is called Jazz Sampler. And I will eventually be learning how to do hard hanger, which is this cut work down in the bottom. I have never done it before, so this will be my introduction to it. This is, of course, kind of themed to New Orleans with when the Saints come marching in. The letters are stitched over one, which is why they are so flippin' tiny. And this was a kit I just had to pick fabric. So, and this is what I have done so far on this. It is a piece of 18 count. And I have the beginning of the top line going with the houses. Once I get past these houses, it'll go pretty fast, actually, because everything else are very quick little bands. I'm always slower when I'm starting off on things, as I get my bearings on where things are positioned. Once I get a little bit of a sight line in, it goes a lot faster. So that is on 28 count, and I'm pretty sure this is not on my list for the year. No. Before I go further, if you're wondering what WIP Go is, so there's a group on Facebook that plays bingo every year with cross stitch, and they call it WIP Go. And you put whatever you want on your board. So this is my WIP Go board for the year. Things that you see that are outlined but not filled in, other than Egyptian sampler, because I forgot to color that in, are ones that have been called, and I have finished my stitches for the year, my 1,000 stitches. Ones that are outlined but not filled in are ones that have been called, but I haven't completed everything yet. So I've finished Egyptian for this year. I am currently working Pandemic. I'm about halfway done with my stitches on that one. So I'm a little bit behind, but not too bad. And maybe I'll get a little bit more work done on that. But yeah, so this has been a game that has been played for the past 4 years, I want to say, and really helps to get some stuff along. And you set up your board however you want. And of course, you could use this for anything. I know someone's got a book WIP Go going. I'm sure people in knitting and crocheting do it as well. And some people have it on all one piece, and they'll just be like, stitch in black, stitch in blue, or, stitch on this motif or stitch on this motif or whatever. You set up your board how you want, because I have so many WIPs. I just have, a square for each WIP. All right, so Jazz Sampler is going to go into the bin because it is not on the WIP Go board, so therefore will be put to the side. All right. Oh, we've got, let's see. So, yay. Okay, good. I got your name right. Thank goodness. Hardanger. Yes, Hardanger is a type of cut work that originates. Oh, I'm going to get this wrong. I believe it's Scandinavian. I know that for a fact, but I cannot remember which country it is out of. And Hardanger is a special form of stitching where you do specific stitches to basically protect your fabric, and then you literally are going to take your scissors and you are going to cut your fabric and then do little decorative stitches to make these like neat little windows. Those are called dove's windows, or like this here. That is all stitch work. That is not the fabric itself. So yeah, it's I have yet to do any cut work like this, but this is all a form of cut work. And so yes, you have to do specific type of stitches basically to bolster, to put like a hemline, for a lack of a better term, to bolster your fabric, and then you can cut. And I haven't done it yet. This is the first piece to try it on, so we'll see. I'm probably going to have to get like a scrap piece of fabric before I go and practice it, in case I completely unravel my fabric. And I'm a little intimidated by it. And yeah. But it'll look, when it gets done, it'll look awesome. The other question is, I don't know if I will do it in the white. I have to decide whether I'm going to do it in white floss or if I'll do it in a different colored floss so that it ties in a little bit differently with, I'm thinking I might want to do it in a black floss because that just feels more New Orleans to me. Kind of with the dark gothic-y, vampire-y feel. But we'll cross that bridge later when I get down there. Because that's a ways in the future. Is the Egyptian one close enough to hand to show? It should be, because I just worked on it recently. Let's see. That's pandemic. The answer is yes, I'll get to it soon, but I can't remember exactly where it is. So hold that thought. If I don't get to it in this round, I'll definitely find it for the next round. But it should be pretty close at hand, because I just worked on the darn thing. Oh, wait, duh. Yes, it's right down here. It's in the to be filed. Okay. All right, so this is Egyptian Sampler. This is by Teresa Wentzler. This is one of her, she is, let me get that off the page. Okay, so that is the full piece. It's a doozy of backstitching. And over one, there are also a ton of beads on it. It is a absolutely stunning piece of pretty much everything you could do. The irony is that the whole thing is actually stitched in DMC. It is basic cotton floss. And it was charted at a time before all the overdye threads were known about. So just for perspective. So what Teresa is famous for doing is blending threads and tweeting threads. So she'll take one strand from one color and one strand from another color, and then you stitch with those two colors at the same time. Sometimes they're very, very close together in color, and it's just to give it that texture. Sometimes they're pretty, the colors are pretty far apart in tone, and you get a really cool tweeting effect as you stitch. But it's old enough that it was stitched, it was charted just for DMC and Anchor. And anywhere you see one of those brackets, those are the two colors that get tweeted together for that symbol. So that's how Teresa Wentzler patterns go. And as you can see, there's a whole lot of tweeting in her patterns and a whole lot of colors. She also does do some specialty stitches in this. She's got eyelets in this and lazy daisies and satin blocks and such. So as I progress on this one, there's going to be a lot of fancy stitching. But yes, this is one of my oldest WIPs. And I just finished my WIP go on it. So the thing that keeps me from stitching on this more often is the fabric. And it's not the color and it's not the count, it's the texture. I don't know what this fabric is, but I got it because I wanted it to look old and I wanted it to look appropriately like something that you would maybe find, you know, in a tomb. I wanted it to have that aged look. And I saw the fabric, it went, that's what I want. And I think it's called aged parchment, or say it was something like that. And it actually has like parts of it that look like they're stained. So this is where I'm at on her. So I have the entire outside border done, and the most of the rest of the border work at least outlined. I obviously have to fill in the details on the borders. But so I have my blocks outlined of where things need to go. This was one of the pieces that, because I started this so long ago, I want to say I started this now, it's been 20 years, close to 20 years. But I started too many Wentzlers at the same time, and then I needed to take a break and focus on one at a time, which is now what I'm doing. So I switched back and focused on getting Floral Belle pulled done before I came back to this one. The fabric is a little scratchy, so it's not always pleasant to stitch on like some of my softer fabrics. And also I started this in the middle instead of on a quarter, because at the time, that's all I knew how to do was to start in the middle. I didn't understand that you could start wherever the heck you want to start on a cross stitch pattern, as long as you count it right. Had I known back then, I would have started it in the corner and done these straight stitches. Instead, starting it in the middle, I started with probably some of the fussiest stitching there is. Lots of quarter counting, lots of difficult counting. And I just got frustrated and I needed to put it away. So I've started doing some of the back stitching in the center, as you can see, but not all of it. And I've got a random stray. Oh, that's just attached to my needle. Okay. That's from these bottom squares that I was working on last week. But yeah, that's Egyptian to date, moving right along. And this one will stay in my active stash since it was a WIP Go project this year. I had dreams of finishing it this year, but that's not going to happen. But I do want to try to get some more progress on her this year. So that's Egyptian Sampler. And like, ooh, I came across this now that it gets, okay, that was the hard hanger. Yes. And lots of progress since I last saw it. Yep. It's gotten the full 1,000 stitches for WIP Go in it, and every stitch counts. And just getting those frames in makes such a difference. There's a lot more to go, but hey, progress is progress. So that one will go back into my active WIPs because I do want to make more progress on this one this year. But after working on it for the better part of February, I need a break. it needs to breathe for a little while and just stay off the hoop for a little bit. Okay. Let's see. All right. So let's get into this session's chaos. So this is a piece that I actually lost. It has had a weird history. I lost the chart, then I found the chart, but I'd lost the fabric. Yeah. And then I was stumbling across some things that's a very loud truck, over the holidays, and finally have all the pieces together. My projects look intense. I have a very large project illness, we'll put it. It's an illy embrace. I do have some easy ones. I actually do have some easy ones, but I just love to stitch, and I don't care if I'm going to get them done in any amount of time. I just stitch to enjoy the stitching, and when I get a finish, hooray! But it's not what some people are stitchers who go to finish things, and some of us are more of the process stitchers, and I just like stitching, which is the other reason why I have so many WIPs, because I stitch according to my mood, and it'll get done when it's meant to get done. And I'm not in any rush. So this project I lost. This is Shakespeare's Fairies, and I do like the Mirabilia design patterns. I don't like a lot of the more recent things she's put out, but I like the older stuff. And this was around the border time of when her patterns started to go into a direction that it just wasn't quite as much, not my jam, which isn't to say that, they're not beautiful designs, but they just didn't speak to me as much anymore. But so the one thing though is I've never liked the background fabric on this. The background fabric on this model drives me nuts. And so I cut off a piece of Deep Blue Sea, which you will see later. So this is Fathom from, I think it's Fathom. Oh, this one actually has the thing on it. Oh, it's Gothic. I've been saying I'm on the wrong freaking fabric on that other piece forever. So I have two pieces going on the same fabric. And this is, which way am I directing this? I'm not quite sure which way's up at the moment. But it's one of the pretty balls. I think that might be the right direction. It may not be the right direction. I may be totally, it may be supposed to go this way. I'm not sure. I don't have, usually I put an arrow, but for some reason I don't have my arrow. But yeah, I lost it. I lost it for a long time. And now it's back. It is going to go into the bin for right now because it is not on my WIP Go board, but at least it is finally together. And I think when I get it done, it is going to be stunning on that dark fabric, much more for Midsummer's Night's Dreams, don't you think, than the green? So, oh, I know, I'm awful with it. Usually, I'm awful with direction. I'll figure it out eventually. I just haven't looked at the chart to see where I'm at. I just did the, oh, I have it all together again. Thank goodness, and stuffed it all in there. But once I get working on it again, I'll actually put my this way up arrow, which I normally do on things until I get my bearings. Okay, and that needs a tag. So I'm going to put that there. Okay. Next up is, again, with I really don't do Americana, but apparently I have Americana issues right now. Maybe I've just started so many over the years and then I just never get back to them. Although this is much more of kind of a rebellious thing. This is by Lindy Stitches, and it's a stitch for sweet freedom. So a stitch for sweet freedom and one for being kind, two more fight for diversity, the last for a humble mind. And I really liked that quote. I started this the day that Biden was sworn in as president. And have kind of, with the current situation over here, it hasn't quite gotten the love because, like, obviously, I just haven't had the heart to work on a lot of Americana stuff. I've been really sad. We'll put it that way. But this is where I'm at. I got the entire wording done. So, and this is on Misty Morning, which is a 32 count Jobalon, which is another even weave from Heavenly Creations, which I don't think she is dying anymore. This was out of my stash. And I know for a fact, I am just stitching this with colors from my stash. If I had it from the chart, great. But if I didn't, I went with something that I thought looked close. So I know the words are in just whatever I had on hand. And I did them in an over dye, so they had a little texture. So, oh, and my needle binder on this one is Resting Stitch Face. Just 'cause. So that's that one, and that is not on my board. Although I should put that on my board next year because I could probably finish that off next year if certain things happen that I will cheer on. We will say no more so I don't get booted off of. Yeah. Sure. I do believe I am a mood crocheter, and that's why I have so many whips, right? There's nothing, yeah, there's nothing wrong with having a whole ton of whip. It's however it makes you happy. That's, you know, crafting is our own thing. Yeah, let's see. The dark blue is so much better. That olive green is just like bleh. So you must have many needle minders. I do. Some of them I've made myself, but I do not have a needle minder in every single piece. If I forget it in there like that one, it'll just stay in there. But I don't have as many needle minders as I do projects. And some of the needle minders aren't flat like that one, so I wouldn't leave them in a bag because eventually they might like punch a hole in the bag. I have some really pretty like dragon ones and stuff. If they are not on a project, they live on my magazine holder. You see those black magazine holders back there? Those are actually metal, so I can stick them to that. And I also have some other ones from IKEA that are like almost like a metal weave, and they're on there as well. But yeah, not all of my projects have a needle minder in with them. Just if I forget, you know, when I put them away. Ha! This one has a pair of scissors. We're going to take that. The scissors do not need to be in there. Those will go back to the scissor container. Things get messy. It's like Pearl says I'm organized, but I am to a point, and then they get messy. Okay, so this one is this one on the list? I don't think it is. No. Okay, so this will go into the bin. Thank goodness. Okay, this is the ABCs of Parenting from Lizzie Kate, who is a designer that is no longer designing. But she did a lot of charts like this, where she would theme it to something, and then you get like the alphabet. She did lots of little cutesy stuff. And this is among the easy stuff because I mean, it's all letters and simple blocks. So, and I am doing this just in random DMC floss from my stash. I'm not doing it with what it called for. And I grabbed a piece of really pretty yellow even weave. And that is where I'm at so far on this one. And this is all the way to the end. So I totally did not balance this properly on the fabric, but that's okay. Not a big deal. It's a little tight up here, but we'll figure. I think I'm probably going to finish it as a pillow at the end. So at least I have enough space, you know, to sew my seam on there. And that's really all that matters. So, or more properly, I'll probably have my mother finish it as a pillow because my sewing skills on the sewing machine are not great. Okay, that has a label, so I can put that directly into the bin behind me. Oh, all right, we'll do a couple more. It's like, so you have many let's see. Okay. Didn't occur to me until you said about mood. Makes sense now. I mean, you're probably more of a process stitcher than a finisher. You know, that everybody, whatever people, how they work. Some of us are much more. There's people I know that are seasonal stitchers. They can only work on things during like a season that reflects the work. So they can't work on like Christmas stuff during the summer or stuff that's autumny. They can't work on it in spring. Some people are that way. We all have our little quirks. Mine is just, I want to stitch all the things and I don't have time to stitch all the things. So they're all started. They'll get done eventually. I want to make needle minders. It's a wish list thing for when I get a laser cutter next year. They are easier than you think. When you get there, if you haven't tried making them, they're actually super easy to do. It's just getting the stuff together to make them. I've made, it basically is, you just need the really good, strong magnets. Don't get like plain black ones like you usually see for like refrigerator magnets, you want to get they're usually called earth magnets, but they're, here, let me grab one here. You want these flat metal ones like this, because they're a lot stronger. And also these ones won't stain fabric like the black ones will, the traditional magnets that you see, you know, for the fridge. Those things will hold anything. They're also great on the fridge, I might add. But yeah, those are the ones you want to use. And then I use a glue called E6000. I don't know if it's available over in the States. Gorilla Glue will work great, but you want like a really strong, you need a really good strong glue to hold everything together so that it sets. But any, you know, you'll be able to find that at any shop that sells things for any sort of like a handyman shop, home goods shop to do repair work. You'll find them there. I can sew, but not as well as my daughter. And I'm the opposite. I learned to cross stitch purely because I was terrified of my mother's sewing machine. I was convinced that it was always going to catch my finger and was going to poke me through the fingers. So, and I'm still terrified of the sewing machine. But one of these days I need to let my mother sit down with me and laugh at me as she teaches me how to sew. Okay, let's see. I want to crochet all the things. Exactly. And the super strong silver colored magnets for my bookmarks. Yeah, they are the best thing ever. The only thing I've found is you have to be careful how you open them up, because I have had a few of them snap in half before. But they are the way to go for needle minders. And we have E6000 here in the UK. I use Gorilla Glue. Yeah, either one, as long as it's one of those strong glues, because it's basically don't use school glue. I made the mistake. The first one I made was with school glue. Don't use school glue. And yeah, I know. I'm a weakling with that. My bad. Okay, let's get back into this insanity. Right, this is a piece I adopted. So this was not my fabric choice. We will qualify that because it's kind of wacky for what it is. This is an old piece from a magazine, but I adopted this piece from someone who was getting rid of it. That is the original. It's called Snowball Fight from Dragon Dreams. And it looks awesome on the blue. And had I made my choice, if I had started this, it would probably be on blue fabric like that. Instead, mine is on a very funky piece of fabric, but it's a dragon, so I'm going to go with it. And that is what mine looks like. And I'm getting there on this one. I don't know if it goes, but I don't care. It's so far along, it's like I'm just going to roll with it. Like I said, not my first choice of fabric, but it's so soft. I love working on it. I think it's an old silk weaver. It's either an old silk weaver or a sugar maple fabrics, one or the other, from way back in the day. And it does, by the way, for the red scarves, it does have super fuzzy floss. I haven't used Whisper Floss yet on anything, but I will be for this one. That is not in my list, so it will go in the bin. It's one, though, that I think next time I pull it out, I may just try to go on it until I get it done, because it's getting there. So you can go in the bin. Okay. Next one. This is one of my pieces that I adopted, again, from Sandy, my friend that I mentioned in the last round, who passed away several years ago. This was from her stash. I don't have a lot done on it. She took a cruise with Jeanette Douglas one of the Christmas market cruises down the Danube, and to commemorate it, she made a special edition piece for them. So this is from 2015, and that's the piece. And I have the full kit. Sandy had put one line of stitches in it, and unfortunately it stitched it wrong. So I had to pull out most of her stitches, but I kept the ones I could to keep the count right. So I just have a little itty bitty bit of the first house in it. I don't have that much yet. I was focusing on another Jeanette Douglas to finish it and had this one sitting on the side. So this is in my, I believe. Oh, I lied. It's not. Okay. So into the bin it goes. That one might be another one that I should put on the list because I get that one done. That little flecks of fabric here. Put that in the bin. Okay. What's this one? This is Early Americans. This is a 9-part piece from Little House Needleworks. I won't show all of them, but basically it's a bunch of the founding fathers and mothers of the United States and you could stitch them individually or you could stitch them together in whatever form you wanted. Like there's Martha Washington. And there's 9 of them. I have finished 2. I'm working on the 3rd. I've decided to stitch this as a 9-patch, like a 9-patch quilt. And this is where I'm at on it. And I'm really happy with this one. I like the Little House Needleworks. The funny thing is that they say that they're little houses, but for some reason the houses always take forever to stitch. I don't know why. They always seem like they take forever. But as you can see, I have all the squares done, and I just have to fill them in. So I just have kind of been doing the blind draw and grabbing one and a member order on here. So that's why Mary Pitcher is done down in the bottom corner, even though I have all the other ones. She just is the one I happen to grab. And this is on, where am I? I think I put everything top of my notebook here. I did. Oops. Okay, that didn't break. Good, thank goodness. Okay, Early Americans is on 40 count granite dust from Silk Weaver. It definitely does look like granite dust. But yeah, so that I'm stitching over 2. And it's all with over dyed thread. As I think it's the charted thread. Remember right. And is that one in my list? I'd be surprised if it isn't. Yes, that's in the list. All right, so that one's staying out. Yay. That will go into the bin. I need to put that in a bigger bag. My God, that bag is not big enough for that piece. All of that is all stuffed into this little zipper pouch. Not big enough. All right. This one is one to laugh. Let me catch up a little bit on chatting. Let's see, I've had the magnets chip. Yeah, I didn't realize it. And it's always like, it shocks you. That's a cool effect fabric, though. I know it is a neat fabric. It doesn't match the piece, but like I said, I didn't pick it, so is what it is. Okay, this is my actual oldest WIP. And it is on my WIP Go board this year, and it is going to get done this year. And this will show you it has been forever and a day since I don't know. I replaced some of the floss because this comes from before I was doing a lot of WIPs, but also all the floss got separated from the piece. So we're going to hope that I can match floss relatively easily. Here's the piece, and this dates me. Here you go. I am doing this. I started this when I was 17. And the reason it is not done, because I brought it to college with me, to university. And then it got mixed up in a bin that went and lived at my mother's house when I moved out of a dorm or out of my apartment or something for years and years and years and years and years. And then it found its way back here, but it was buried deep in the box, and I didn't know it was there. I'd totally forgotten about this piece. And it is mostly done. It is also a bit of a mess. It is on 14 count Aida, and unfortunately, it was left in a hoop. So there is a bit of a stain from a wooden hoop. But you know what? I consider that just part of the journey of the piece, and we're going to roll with it. I am very hesitant to try to wash it because I know this is older DMC, and older DMC ran like crazy. So we will see. I may just accept that as if the journey of this piece, and it may just have stains on it. But that's where it's at. So all I have to do, I need to add the music pages down here, and then I just have the words, and then this is done. And it will be what are we up to? A 34-year journey. So, because 1992, excuse me. Yeah. So that is my official oldest WIP. And it is on my list this year on my WIP Go board. It will get done this year. And I think it might just about have 1,000 stitches left on it, and then it will be done. So, and I mean, all things considered, for being, 17 to 21, my back stitching on this is actually pretty darn good. Is all of my stitching great on it? No, who cares? That's part of my stitching journey too. So most of the back stitching is actually already done. Like I said, I'm a process stitcher. So if it has a little bit of a mistake like that, I don't care, because it's handmade. It's supposed to have a couple of mistakes here and there. It's not going to be perfect. All of those samplers that I do that are those reproduction samplers, none of them get out without some sort of an error on them. Everybody's got errors on them. There's counting errors everywhere. And my goodness, most of those were done by little girls who were in elementary school age. Who cares if there's mistakes? As long as you're happy with it at the end, that's all that matters. So yeah, wow. Yeah, old piece. Old piece. And yes, the stain is part of its journey and story. And I probably, when it's done and when it gets framed, my full plan is on the back, a little bit of, I'll put like a sticker on the back of the framing paper and actually write what was there. Liz, how many WIPs do you have? I don't know anymore. Over 50? Oh, it's not in triple digits. I can say that. I want to say it's between 50 and 70. So nothing is supposed to be perfect in crafting. Exactly. If I wanted it perfect, I would make something, I would buy something store made. It's handmade. It's supposed to have human errors in it because they're made by humans. That is my firm opinion. Okay. Next up, this is a piece that's mostly done. So even though I don't think it is on my list, I might keep it out to see if I can finish it. And it smells so good because it's actually supposed to be one of those potpourri sachets that you put in your like in your dresser drawers with your clothes to make everything smell nice. And so it has a whole thing of lavender that smells so good. So you open up this bag and it's like, oh. This is from Old Colonial Designs, and the picture is not good, but that is the piece, and that is it fully finished. And here is where I am at. So it's getting there. The issue with this one is that all of the alphabet is over 1 on 28 count. So it's not horrible, but I was having trouble stitching with it. And now that I have readers and I have my cheater glasses, I'll be able to do this a little bit easier. But I was resisting the cheaters for quite a while. So, but it's like getting there. So even though this is not on my finishing or on my WIP Go list, I might keep it out for now and see if I can plug that along a little bit. I know I shouldn't cheat, but I might cheat on that one because it's small. Liz is saying, I don't start another one till I finish, except the One Nation. That's almost done. Well, One Nation is like one of my normal pieces. That thing is massive. I have that chart somewhere, and I haven't even started that one. But speaking of massive, here we go. This was one of my crazy starts last year because, you know, I need more than freaking one long dog sampler going at a time. Where's the beginning of this? So I'm working on Pandemic right now, which I'll show again. This is Opening Gambit, which is very, of course, themed. And quite an intense piece. And I decided to use, I was experimenting with floss, and I had this really funky Hank from a place called Moe's Sale, and she's in Florida. She just dyes random floss. And I was like, oh, that's kind of an interesting colorway. Let's see what I can do with just doing the whole thing in the Hank. And I do have 2 Hanks just in case. It hasn't gotten very far because of Pandemic, but I have start. Like I said, it hadn't gotten very far. There we go. And I'm starting this one in the middle again. I don't know why I started in the middle, but we're starting in the middle. And this is on a piece of light gray. So nothing exciting on that one yet. And that one, if that's on my list, I'd be shocked. Oh, okay, good. In the bin it goes. I probably will not stitch on this much until Pandemic is quite a bit more along. I don't know why I started 2 long dogs. There's something wrong with me. Well, we know there's something wrong with me. But yeah. All right. Hugo. in the bin. Okay. Oop, that does not belong here. That goes in the bin. That goes in the bin. That's just, let's see. Okay. This was a start I did a couple of years ago. Dragonflies, Ladybugs, and Bees from M Designs. And it's the same all the way around, but it's cute. I am doing it on a very pretty yellow. And I have the beginning of the top. I might have to swap that gray out, though, that the words are in. I'm worried that it's going to disappear too much. And then I have a couple of the grasshoppers in, and the four-sided stitch is developing. So that's where I'm at on that. I'm not really happy with how my four-sided stitch is looking because it's very kind of loopy, but since it matches all the way around, we'll go with it. I don't know. It's just not sitting quite how I want it to, but that's okay. It'll look good when it's done because, you know, the whole thing's going to match. And maybe I'm being overcritical. But that's that one. And that I am doing in basic DMC. Oh, a hoop. Interesting. Excuse me. See if this one is on my list. No. Okay. And the hoop is coming off because we do not want to have the same problem. Granted, it's a plastic hoop, but I do not want the same problem happening as my oldest WIP, where it sits with a hoop on it forever and a day. So hoop comes out. Is there anything else in there? Scissors come out. Put those in the scissor bin. All right. This is, I thought this was on my list. It's not, though. All right. It might have been last year. Maybe that's why. This is a Stitcher sampler from the Primitive Hare. And I love that this one actually has a real needle stuck in the fabric permanently. So I think what I'll probably do is when I get to that point, obviously whatever needle I use, I'm going to have to like coat it in something so it doesn't rust the fabric. But I'm thinking I might take one where the eye has gotten a little wonky or something. So it's one that's well used to put that on there. And this one, I'm doing this on 30 count. So it's her Primitive Hare's fabric 30 count. And it's in the called for floss. And that's what it looks like right now. And I think I have that I think I have it to the end. So that's the whole length of the piece. Other than I have to repeat the bugs down here. I love Primitive Hare's fabric. She has Old Salem and she's got Old Massachusetts. This is Old Salem, so this is the 30 count, and then Old Massachusetts is the 40 count. And otherwise, they look identical, and they are coffee dyed. Doesn't smell like it anymore, but when I first got it, it smelled like coffee. And I know I bought the thread from her when I bought everything else because it conveniently says a thread for a Stitcher sampler. Yes, ma'am. So put that in the bin. Okay. This is not started. Fully kitted though. Oh, okay. This is from last year's Nash Stash, an ode to libraries. And the verse is, the very existence of libraries affords the best evidence that we may yet have hope for the future of humanity. And I love how those big blocky flowers on that one. Love it, love it, love it. I am doing this in DMC with a little bit of a mix, but mostly from Stash. The fabric is Ann Niven from Ship's Manor, and it's 32 count even weave. And here is where I'm at on this one. So, doing well, getting along. Not on my list at the moment, so this will be going into the bin for right now. But again, might get in my WIP Go pile for next year. But for now, she will rest and wait for me to focus on other things. This one's in a fabric, in a project bag that has an exceptionally stiff interfacing, that it's like it's almost too stiff for a project bag, but yeah. Okay, so you're going in there. This one's in a project bag that's way too big for the piece, but we'll roll with it. This is Nantucket Sampler from Madero's Needlecraft Designs. This is a product. I've had this one for a long time. I bought this chart in Plymouth, Massachusetts at a store that no longer exists there, but it was like, hey, I'm down by the Cape. So it fit very, very well to be near Cape Cod and buy something for Nantucket. So that's the... I started this once before on a different fabric and did not like it, so I restarted it. Because I was actually kind of a little bit further along, but it was disappearing on the fabric that I had it on. So here's where it is now. And I am doing this in the called for threads. And once I get past the seam at the top, it's going to move much faster. So that's that one. Is Nantucket on my list this year? No. Okay. Put that one away. Okay. In the bin you go. All right, what's in here? That is not started, but it needs a tag. This needs a tag. It is started, and even though this is not on my WIP Go board, I need to keep it out because this is for a baby sampler. Two of my cousins have had babies, and I let them pick what they wanted for birth samplers, and they both picked the same one, so I'll be stitching this twice. This is Elephant Baby from Ursula Michaels. And so I have two sets of the same thing in here. Not too far along. I just have the swirls that these are the ones that are over the elephant. So this time I do have it the right way up. And it's on 14 count Aida, which is very stiff. But yeah. It'll be super cute when it's done. Like I said, I'll be stitching that one twice. And actually, I need to get in contact with that cousin because she just had another baby. I need to see if she wants me to do, I might do the other one twice. Yeah. They'll get them before their kids are 18. That's the joke. All right. Come out of there. The only problem with some of these bags that come from Amazon is they don't have great zippers on them, so they don't like to unwind very much. Okay, this is one of 2 modern folk embroideries, and both of them are on my, both of them are on my WIP Go. So this is The River, and this came in a Black Needle Society box for one of their subscription boxes. And although it's in red here, it was suggested there was a different floss that was included in the box. And when I saw that floss, I was like, ooh, yes. So that's the chart. I'm going to show the floss first, because this floss is just, the coloring on it is just to die for. It's this beautiful teal, and it goes into like almost a navy blue. All one hank, which is why it's a mess. And then I have a piece of sterling floss. Or sterling fabric, which is a 36 count, like a bluish gray. And so that is what it looks like on that. And I am so happy with this so far. And I'm hoping this gets called pretty fast, because I would like to get a lot more done on this one. And yeah, this one's just going to be stunning when it's done. So, but that is on my list. So that you will see that one again this year. And actually, today is the 20th. So numbers for May's WIP Go will be called on Saturday, because they're called on the 25th of the month. So it may get called for May. You never know. And right behind it is my other modern folk embroidery piece. This one's much more labor intensive. This is another one of my crazy pieces. And this was a stitch along back in 2021. And then I got diverted onto other things that I was working on. This is called The Fruit of Plenty. It is a big girl, and it is an intense one. And there are options for this house. So I haven't decided which one. I'm not even close to being down there yet. I'm probably not going to do this house, but I will do something else. It was also given into options where there were different ways of doing this band, depending on if you wanted, different ways to do the piece. We'll put it that way. This is the option I decided to do, which means that I have a whole lot of fill-in work in what's called a CC embroidery, which is where your pattern gets developed. Where you see the white, that is actually being left as open fabric. And so I am going to be stitching everything else. So the pattern develops on the fabric, the empty fabric. The colorway was up to you. Some people did it in one color. Some people are doing it in multiples. I have decided to do the entire thing in 2 colors. So I am doing it in DMC 800 and 840. So mine is in a light brown and blue colorway. It was the first time I'd actually bought a box of DMC. I actually got like the old-fashioned DMC boxes of 10 skeins each, just to make sure I had enough. And I am doing this on 40 count antique ivory linen from Silk Weaver. And this is where this is so far. And I love this piece. It is intense. It's not like it's complicated. There's just so many stitches. So I have to take breaks, but I love this piece and I cannot wait. This is one of those ones that I know it's going to take me forever and a day to finish. But when this gets done, it's going to be like one of my pride and joy pieces. So, yep, that is the Fruit of Plenty, and that is on my WIP Go board, so that is staying out. This will be on my WIP Go board until it's done. It will never leave my WIP Go board because it has so many stitches on it. All right, let's do a few more comments here. So Liz says she has one more stripe to go on One Nation. Very nice. And she has 2 that she's not worked on in 20 years. All right, I don't feel so bad then because I've got that myself. So when you get these packs, they don't all have the pattern on the fabric. No. In fact, none of them have the pattern on the fabric. It's all blank fabric, and you have to count it. There is stamped cross stitch where it does have it stamped on the fabric, but all of this is counted. So the fabric is blank, and you get a chart on paper, and you get to coordinate it. Some people now will use digital things called the most popular one is called Pattern Keeper, and so it's on a tablet, and you can mark off what you've done. But it is all counting. You have to count every single stitch of where it's going. I have done stamped cross stitch, and it's fine, but it's just not my thing. But yeah, I'm crazy counting lady. And I am old school. I still use paper. I use paper copies, and I will, as I go, I will highlight where I've gone. So when they go into a bin like this for a while and they wait for a while, I know what I've done, so I can pick it up and I can just go. I have a system. But no, they don't have the pattern on the fabric, just have blank fabric. And a lot of mine I don't even buy kits. I will buy the chart by itself, and then I will kit it up myself. So I will buy my floss separate, my fabric separate, the chart separate, and go from there. If they don't, how do you go about plotting where to stitch? It's all counting. The way I used to be that I would start in the middle. So I literally would fold my fabric in half, and then I would fold it in half again. And where that point was, I would start stitching out from there and developing it. Nowadays, I usually start in the corner. Oh, my husband's about to come in. He just got in from work. So let me see. So like this next one is a good example of me starting in the center, kind of. So I literally folded the fabric and then folded the fabric and then found what made sense at a spot to start. And it looks like absolutely nothing right now, but it will become something. This is on 14 count Ada, so you can really see the holes on 14 count. I do stitch on it, but not as much as I used to when I was a younger stitcher. I I firmly have nothing against Ada, but a lot of the stuff I've been doing lately requires me to be able to stitch over 2. Hi, hon. Have a good day. You're home. Yes, you're home.
Go take a nap.
Okay, go take a nap. Bye. He actually went to work today after having surgery last week. He keeps describing himself as a brick blank house, which I shouldn't say on YouTube because, again, I'll probably get banned. Anyway, that's this piece, which is called Bag Ladies. And since I am a crazy cat lady, I must have a piece that has all the cats. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 2 more cats on this than there are currently in my house. So, yes. Cute elephant baby. Yeah, it's a really cute piece. And I've had that. I had that for a while, so I was kind of happy when my cousins picked it. This is in relation to blue and green from the Love It, Love It. And Pearl's awesome. I can't wait tomorrow to see what you're doing. I will be hanging out watching your streams because I have the day off. And yes, this one's gorgeous with the pale blue. I love Fruit of Plenty. We have a hey Pearl. Working on long, maybe she wave rather quick, but have had a few frogs appear. I'm sorry. I know that's the hardest part about having to count it yourself is that, yeah, you make mistakes and then you have to rip it, which is why you're frogging. I don't know if they use that same terminology in knitting and in crochet, but that's, if we have to frog things, that's when you're de-stitching, shall we say, and having to remove your stitches so that you can fix it. And I try to not do that if I can get away with it and make adjustments, but sometimes you just need to make the adjustments. Piece coming up is one that I know is one that the reason I haven't stitched on is because I have to rip some stuff out and figure out where I went wrong. And it's so small. Right, Bag Ladies, I know, is not on my list right now. Okay. This is Blessed Bee. So we have a little bit of my witchy stitching. And this is from Plum Street Needle Art. Really cute little piece. Super simple, right? Except for I screwed up somewhere in my bordering and I don't know what I did. And the funny thing is that the piece, as it's charted, as it shows here, it's actually charted with the line continuing on both sides. So the sample wasn't complete. Wow. It's stuck here. Trim that off. Okay. So I was putting the border in and it's not matching up so far. And I already know I'm off because this is supposed to be directly under the center of that. So, oh, well, here, let me make that go away. So yeah, it's not the big point that's supposed to be there, but this center point is supposed to line up and I'm off by a couple of stitches. So I got to figure out where I went wrong. And that's why that's been on pause. But yeah, the sample totally forgot to put in the line, but it's actually on the chart. I don't know. Maybe I just go lazy and I pick it. I don't want to pick all that out. But that's where that is. And that one is not, pretty sure that's not on my list for the year. And yeah, so I have a lot of frogging to do on that. And I'm not going to do that right now. It can wait. And it will go in the bin. I did, however, have a pair of scissors in with it. So we will take those scissors out. In the bin it goes. All right. That has not been started, so that can go in the bin. I have another fox and rabbit. This is the 2020 mystery sampler. And I don't know if I have the final part of this. So fox and rabbit I showed my other one that was this year's on the dark brown. This is the one from 2020. And I know I have all the parts, but I don't think I printed off the final one. I think I just have it saved still. Oh, no, I did. Okay. So they only highlight the section of that month, so you can see what you're focusing on. So just because the rest of this is faded does not mean it's faded on the piece. This is the 2020 Friends and Family mystery sampler from 2020. And the goal of this one was that you could take the initials that are off on this one and then put in your friends and your family initials, which I will do once I get there. So that's what the whole piece looks like. Colorway is up to you. They charted it just in one block so that you could do with it as you please. I decided to do it in jewel tones. Oh, had a heart attack. I was like, where did the fabric go? It was underneath the bag. I am starting month 3 on this one. So that is where I am on this one. Really happy with my colorway so far. I really like the block. And all in jewel tones. And I'm just coloring this as I go. So I don't know what it's going to look like when it's done. It's going to be a very free-for-all thing. This is on 46 count toasted almond, which is the other reason it goes slow, because the stitches on this one are super, super tiny. 46 count means that I'm doing 23 stitches to an inch. That's that one. And about counting. Crikey. Yes. We cross stitchers are crazy. Liz says she started the 2 flag pieces at the corner. Nice. Awesome, awesome. And Maggie, I love the cats. I've been admiring that chart for some time. It's a chart that's been out forever. If I get annoyed with it and I don't want to continue it, I will happily gift it on to you, Maggie. Well, it may become yours. Be prepared. And it's on Ada, so it's actually an easy one to stitch. Okay, so frogging is used in crochet. Very nice. I figured, I don't know who it started with, but I figured it was one of those terms that would become universal eventually, because it works too perfectly. Is this one on my... Should be. Yes, that one's on my list. Okay. All right. Liz is off to feed Aussie dinner. I have 4 more on this one, and then we're going to go do another break. And I may take this one, might be a little bit longer, just so I can stretch and whatnot, because I just did a ton of projects. Okay. This is the Pink Sparrow sampler. I started this one last year for my 50th birthday. Love this sampler. It's so delicate. And this is from Brenda Gervais with Thy Needle. Super, super pretty. This is a This one is a reproduction. The original is on the back. It doesn't have a name on it, but it's an early 19th century sampler, and it's believed to be English in origin. But they don't know because it isn't signed by anybody, and it's not really a specific style where you could pinpoint it to a location like some of them are. But so that's the sampler, and I've just worked border so far. That's it. Not much yet, but like I said, I just started this one last year. This one is on, it's definitely on even weave. And based on how big my stitches are, I'm going to say that this is probably on 28 count even weave. The color is going to be a mystery because I don't know where I put my notebook. It fell off the other side. That's what happened to it. So yeah, that's what I got on that so far. That one's being done in overdyes, so it's going to look really, really good when it gets done. I don't think this one's on my list for the year. Nope. So this will go into the bin. She will come out once we move. Okay. I'm going to need another bin in a moment. That one's almost full. This was another start for turning 50. And I don't even, it might not even be worth showing. I started this at Christmas last year and then never got anywhere on it. This is Hot Cocoa is Calling. I can't show the original picture of it because it's the color one is attached on the front of the chart. So, and it would show the entire chart online, which would not be cool. Copyright and all that. It's entirely in DMC. And I am doing it on the appropriately named Hot Cocoa fabric, which was kitted for it. But I only have a teeny, teeny, tiny snowflake and a heart done. So that's it so far. They didn't circle. They forgot to circle what count the fabric is, but I'm going to say it's 32 based on how my stitches look. So. And it's even weave. It's not linen this time around. So that one is not on my list either. Pretty sure. Yep. Okay. All right. 2 more, and then we're on our next break. The Halloween piece. This is the Halloween candlestick Sal. This is a British designer. Jenny Barton for Lakeside Needlecraft. She does a lot of stuff that you'll see in the British stitching magazines. I think she's in Cross Stitch Crazy a lot. A couple of the other ones, World of Cross Stitching. So that's that piece. And this one came fully kitted, so it came with everything. It's the weirdest fabric because it's stamped, so it only has the color on one side. And this is where I'm at so far on this one. It is 28 count. Or sorry, no, it's 32 count. It's 32 count even weave. It's only stamped right here on the side what it is. But it's like the back of it's white. Isn't that weird? So, yeah. All stitched in DMC. And they warn that I can't wash this one, so I got to keep this one super clean because that fabric will run. Okay, and the last one for this round is one of my starts from last year that I had wanted to start for years and years and years. and then finally got around to doing it. And this one I'm pretty sure is not on my list. No. Okay. But I have a rule. I started a rule later because I'd had too many of these projects where I'm doing like the same designers. So my new rule had become, you're not starting anything by a designer if you have more than 2 of their projects going already. Finish one first. So I had 3 going by Rosewood Manor, so I had to finish my son's birth sampler first. This is Barnwood Buttons, and I have had this chart forever and a day. And those are actually mother of pearl buttons that she had custom made for the design. But I didn't like the brown is called Barnwood, the brown fabric. I thought it was okay, but at the time I was like, I don't know if I really want to do it on brown. And then I ran into the perfect fabric for me, which is called French lilac. And if you did some of my earlier live streams, this piece is actually the background for my live screen framed photo. So that's what I have done on it so far. And yeah, it's going to look so pretty when it's done. I'm doing that with one over dye from Threadworks that is mostly off-white, but it has just a little tinge actually of green and a little bit of peach in it. So it'll give it a little bit of texture as it goes, kind of reflecting what mother of pearl will do when it reflects. Simple piece, and the buttons are all in a bag, ready to go. So I have all the buttons. All right. And that is not on my list for this time around. So that will go into the bin. And we will take another break once I get through the rest of the comments. Back, can't believe my earbuds worked so far from the phone. The girls gave 3 eggs. Nice. Very nice. But she's having a frog again. I'm sorry, dear. Well, go to frogging. We're going to take another break. I'm going to, why do I have something pinned? I don't know why I have something pinned. Okay, there we go. We're going to take another break. I'm going to stretch, flip laundry, that kind of thing, because now we've been going for a little bit longer. And I will be back, and I think we'll do one more round for now. And then I'll see where I'm at. I don't know if I'll finish all the bins because it's like, whew, it's a lot of stuff. But we'll see. We'll see where I'm at after the next break. So I am going to switch us over to this sprint, and let me go back to this. Okay. And instead of having her clean, we're going to skip that. Oh, wait, stop. I'm going to have her do something else. She's been busy, so I'm just going to let her play video games on her bed for a little bit. I think that works. All right. I will see everybody again in about 30 minutes. Happy sprinting all. Okay, everybody. So round 3. Sorry about this slightly longer thing. Just had to get a couple of things done around here. And my hair is going all wonky. Okay. So as you've seen, we're making good progress on these bins. And the one below the empty one now is stuff that's actually laid sideways. So there's not that much in that one. And the one on the bottom is totally just like patterns. So we're on the last big bin. And I've already sorted out everything that I'm aware of that were just partial kits. So fingers crossed, we're getting to the end here. One of my friends just texted me. She's like, how many WIPs do you think you have now? And I'm like, too many. I'll count them later because they're all on sheets of paper. I officially do have, a list of everything. I never count. Probably because I'd be like, I am an idiot. Why do I have this many? All right, so let's get back into it. I did realize one thing that yesterday I had commented that my Downton Abbey was in a Downton Abbey themed project bag, and then I realized, no, it's not. I have it in a regular mail one, so I'm going to switch that out to the new one I just got. So as of tonight, my Downton Abbey retreat will be in this bag, which works out well because it is significantly larger, and that will work out really, really well with the extra pages. So putting that over to the side because I need to do that. Okay. And I'm just going to click through my 2 comments here because there was a readathon announcement. Okay. And now we're caught up on comments. So let's continue. This is Little Pink Houses. It's got one of the crappy zippers. I had one batch of these bags that the zippers just are awful. And this is the pattern. Really, really cute. I love when white is on colored fabrics, even when it's a neutral, because it looks so lacy. But this is from Annie B's folk art. And this one is actually mostly done. I really just have alphabet and one of the hearts left to do. So that's this one. And this is on 32 count Zweigart linen, but I don't have it written down what it is. The kit, it calls for, let me see what it was called for. Just pearl gray Belfast linen, 32 count. So I think that's what I put it on. But yeah, that's that one with overdyed floss. Not on my list, so that will be put into the bin to pack. It has a label. So this bin is getting really full, everybody. I do have more bins, but I'm just going to stack it for now. The other bins are on the other side of the room, so I'll deal with that later. All right, I need to get my WIP Go list out here so I can make sure that I have things correct here. Okay. Next up is, this was a goofy one, and it's kind of in deep unfinished object territory. I don't know if I'm ever going to finish it, but it is a symbol of 2020. We'll put it that way. I do not have the printout, I don't think, of the entire piece. But this is the Animal Crossing stitch along from Cunning Cross Stitch. And because so many of us spent the pandemic playing Animal Crossing, I do have the original chart. So it's meant to look like your island in Animal Crossing. And then each one of these is one of the characters from Animal Crossing. I haven't stitched on it in a while. I don't know if I'll ever finish it, but it's a good memory of 2020, perhaps. So this is where mine is at. I haven't, yeah. That border is finicky because there's like 4 colors of green in there. And then I'm starting to get, this is where the words Animal Crossing come in up here. So it's getting there. Slowly but surely. We'll see. But this one is definitely on like deep pause. We'll put it that way. I may get back to it. I may not get back to it. We shall see. And I'll put that in the bin. Hello, hello, my dear. Gable Stitcher is one of my fellow local stitchy people that I hang out with all the time. And I haven't seen her now actually in kind of a little while because we've both been so busy with life. But good to see you, my dear. Yeah, I know. It's Animal Crossing. And which, by the way, I still haven't played the newest release. I really should get my Switch back out. But my goodness, did we play a whole ton of that during the pandemic. It was like it was the only thing that kept us sane. Oh, I do not. No, I don't want to block anybody by accident. Stop it. Okay. Hide that. Okay. Next up is Book of Ink Circles, which a lot of people just abbreviate to BOINK. And it was a color, excuse me, color your own. So very much Book of Kells kind of styling to it. It is still a free download off of Ink Circle's website, believe it or not, after all these years. This came out in 2008. And my copy has been dragging along because I had the great idea to do the border first. And I'm getting bored of border. But my border is almost done. I just have the corners to finish and 2 side emblems. And then I am ready to fill this sucker in. This is on 28 count Thunderstorm from Silkweaver, an old cut of Silkweaver. It is linen. And I am doing it in over-dyed floss. I'm kind of doing my own colorway, but not entirely. I've got a couple of funky holes. Okay. Looks like my cat might have gotten to this thing. All right, anyway. That's what that looks like. The colorway that it's going to be filled in with is, where are you? I ran into, it's the funny thing is I was like, oh, I'm going to do my own colors. And then I was pulling colors and I wound up almost doing the same colorway as the original, which is in that full on Irish bright, like greens and golds and very Book of Kells, right? And I was like, but I didn't want to do this. So then one time I was going by Rosewood Manor and they had this beautiful colorway for a totally different piece. And I love the colors. So this is what it's going to get filled with. No plan on how I'm going to do that yet, but that is the colorway that I'll be doing mine in. Because I literally, I can't believe I pulled all those flosses and I'm like, this is like the same colorway as the original. Why did I do this? This is in my WIP Go board. So this will be going back onto the shelf. Did it get called yet? It hasn't gotten called yet. No, it has not gotten called yet. Okay. So we will put this here for later. Let's see what we got next. We have Hyperborea. This is by a Russian designer called Owl Forest Embroidery. And she does her kits. You can't really get them right now due to all the political stuff going on in the world. But this is Hyperborea. And you can stitch it all in one like I am doing, or you can divide out each one of the animal blocks into 3 individual pieces. And it shows you how to do that. But I saw those animals and went, of course, you know, I saw the links and I was just like, I need to do this piece. She does her own hand-dyed flosses and they are gorgeous. And her kits are really, really cool because, and I'll show you one that I haven't bobbinated yet. So she does her floss and she includes the bobbin, and the bobbin is already pre-stamped with the icon for that color of floss from the chart. So this is actually how they come, which I just think is so, so cool. This is on 32 count Zweigart. It came in the kit. This is one of the rare ones that I actually bought as a kit, partially because of her floss. And here is where I'm at on it. So I have the entire owl in, and I'm starting to work. I'm going to work that entire center section first, and then I will branch out from there. But yeah. Now I know I have do I have this one or do I have the other one on my list? Oh, this one is on the list. Okay. Cool. So this will be going back up onto the shelf since it is on WIP Go. Okay. Next up, I have Anne Simpson, 1837. This is one that I had from one of my Tudor Rose classes. This is with Old Willow Stitchery, and we started this last September. So it doesn't have a ton done on it yet. This is the piece. It is another reproduction sampler. And this is what's called an Adam and Eve sampler because you see Adam and Eve under the tree here. And the verse on it is, "From youthful sins that wound the soul, may I be taught to flee. And when I feel their vile control, O Lord, remember me. O let me on the bed of death thy great salvation see, and cry with my expiring breath, my God, remember me." They get a little morbid sometimes. But yes, Anne Simpson from St. Andrews, Scotland, December 16th, 1837 is the date of this one. It is kitted up entirely in Weeks Dye Works. And I am doing this on this was a full kit. So let me see. I am doing this on, which fabric am I doing this on? Fox and Rabbit's 40 count baked clay. And it's surprisingly light colored when you start. It's like very pink. So there is the beginning. Make sure I'm facing this the right way. Yes, I am. So that's what it looks like so far. And Ann Simpson is not on my list. Okay. Which kind of surprises me, but I think I just decided to break them up because I had a couple others. All right, so that'll go in the bin, or apparently on the floor for the time being. This is a very simple one, and I'm kind of surprised that it's taken me this long, but at the same time, with all the WIPs I have, it's really not that much of a surprise. This is called Kids Leave Handprints. Very simple, just straight letters. It's from My Big Toe Designs, and the original is in Gentle Art sampler threads. And I just decided to grab random floss, super bright floss, because they're kids. You can use any bright colors you want. So I am using like bright colors of floss that I had absolutely nothing else to do with, and just to play around. And this is where I'm out on it. It's just on simple white fabric, and I'm just having fun coloring it to my heart's content with no rhyme or reason, because it's kids. They should be happy, it should be bright, and it should be completely nonsensical because they're kids. So that's that one. And I am surprised this one has taken me so long. I probably could pound this one out. I know, but I'm sticking to my rule that if it's not on my WIP list, my WIP Go list, it's not like I'm getting rid of it. I mean, they're still going to be around, so I'll put it in the bin for now and behave myself. All right, you. I guess I'm going to have to get another bin, so they'll go on the floor for right now. This is, oh, okay. This one actually is also not on my list. Interesting. I thought it would be, so I would finish it. This is another class I took through Tudor Rose. This is with Sissy Bailey Smith of Gentle Pursuit Designs, and it's called the Sampler Stories Housewife. And this is each side of it. So it folds up to become a tied off piece and kind of folds in on itself, and then it has a bow. I don't think, I mean, I know I have the picture of it somewhere in here, but it's not. It's like buried inside the piece. I have not done much on it yet. I've just started it. I think I started it during the class, and I haven't touched it since. We just did this one recently, but it'll be really cute when it's done. I just need to do it. That one is not on my list. Oh, did I toss Ann Simpson down there? Ann Simpson is on my list. Oops. Hang on. Ow. This is why everything has labels. All right, Ann Simpson is on my list. Stay. And it was called this month. Yeah, okay. All right. Next one is another Mirabilia. This is Midsummer Night's Fairy. I adopted this from another stitcher who gave up on her. And that's what she looks like. And the reason why she has gone kind of dormant is the fabric, because she is on the Wickelt fabric, which is scratchy. But she has a lot done, and I really should suck it up and I should stitch on her, because she actually is pretty far along. This is where she's at. Really pretty colors. She is on the called for linen, which is 32 count Stony Point. So it's what's in the picture. But that's what she looks like. She is not currently on my list, but again, maybe I'll consider it to put her on there next year to try to get her done. Okay, zip that one up. Put her down on the floor. Next up is a silly one that I've had for years and years and years and years. And then I was like, I have to start this for my my 50th because, you know, enough's enough. So this is Mirror Mirror from Abby Lane Designs. And it just speaks to me because it's just so simple and so silly and very much in my attitude about life on many occasions. This with the mirror, mirror on the wall, what the bleep happened? Yep. And I have, it's smaller than I thought it would be, which of course half the time they wind up being that way. So I have way too much fabric, but I always have too much fabric. I'm doing this on one of those pieces of fabric. I could not figure out what to do with it. And then I was like, you know what? It'll work. I can always swap out a color if I need to. So this is 40 count Garden Party from Bestitch Me. And I have the entire, that is the entire side, the left side. So it is not a big piece. I mean, not on 40 count at least. That's my hand against it. So really not big. Mirror Mirror will be going to rest in the bin for a little while. Zip that up. I also think I bought some of these bags, and I think I got them a little too small because they're really tight on pieces of fabric or on pieces of paper. I think I need to go one more size up, but it works for now. This is on my list because I knew I was very close to finishing it last year and just decided seasonally I couldn't stitch on. I'd hoped to get it done actually this Christmas and just ran out of time with getting ornaments and stuff done. So this is Here We Come a Wassailing, and it's from Witch's Garden Crafts, and it was a download piece, which is why I have a black and white printout. And it was kind of given randomly, so people didn't always know exactly what was coming next. Yeah. And I didn't measure correctly on my fabric. And this is what happens when you don't measure, where I was playing fabric hooky. I started a little too far down, and I should have started it the other way on the fabric. So I had to run it all the way down to make sure I had enough, because look how close I am to the bottom of my fabric. But that is the bottom of the piece. I just made it. That is that piece so far. And this is on sparkly fabric, so it does have snow sparkle to it. And I do have my Fragile needle minder, which goes on Christmas pieces always. So it has kind of a bad fold in it at the moment, but I'll iron that out lightly when I'm done. So, yep, this one is on my list, and it will get done with the next round of WIP Go that it gets called, because, I mean, if I have 1,000 stitches left on this thing, I'd be shocked. Yeah, this is why you count. and why you pay attention to orientation of fabric. It's very, very important. We'll flip a few comments here. I got the daughter the Animal Crossing theme switched during the pandemic. I was jealous. I kind of wanted it, but I got the teal green one. We played so often. So neat. Thank you. Yeah, the black one. Mm-hmm. Pearl bombed out of trivia over on on Paula's sprints. I'm sorry. And then you flopped around in the rest of the game. Sorry. I love those trivia games she plays, though. Those things are crazy. And I remember You Don't Know Jack from back when I was in college. They've been around for a long, long time. So this is like the newest edition of their games. And they're saying hello to each other. And yes, it's what I do all the time. I can't tell you how many times I'm like, right. It's like, oh, yes, I can count. I really can count. Let's see. Thank you. Yes, that one is going to get done. I am hoping that one gets called. And even though it's not Christmas time, I would like to get that one finished and have that so I can frame it for this year. Because it would be nice to have that one done. And, oh, Pearl. I usually wind up in the audience over on Paula's sprints, even though I've gotten into the game once, and I did pretty well until I think like the second to last question, and then I died. So I've seen it where the audience has taken over once too, and somebody else won other than who was originally in the game. Sorry, my voice is getting a little, I'm not used to talking this much. All right, so let's continue on. This is a stitch along from a few years ago, and I just kind of ran out of steam on circles. But I'll get back to it someday. The funny thing is, this one actually inspired the colorway on that big modern folk embroidery, the Fruits of Plenty. It's not in the same colors. It's in very different browns, but it kind of gets the same idea. And she started this on the bottom right, which also threw me off because I'm not used to starting there. And if you're not in your routine, you kind of get screwed up. So I call this Deareen because that's the name of the designer. But it's basically just her 2017 stitch along. And the way she has this, it had 52 weeks. I will not have all 52 in this, but every other week was either a geometric design or an animal. So the geometrics I'm planning on doing in solids, and then the animals will be done in both colors. And so it's basically 2 browns and 2 teals on just a random piece of even weave that I had unlabeled in my stash. It was a good excuse to use some stash up. And I know this isn't in, this is kind of another one that's in like deep break time. It'll get done eventually. I'll do like 3 or 4 circles, and then I'll be like, okay, you're due for a break again. So I'll put that down there. Next up is, I actually was looking for this because this was on my WIP Go board for March. And I couldn't find it. Turned out it had like slid behind some of the other ones in there. This is Coming to America. This was released for the 400th anniversary of the Mayflower landing in Plymouth. And that is the piece. And this is another one where I kind of did something silly, and I'll show you in a moment. I laugh at myself because it's just me being me. And I have a decent amount done on this. This is what it looks like so far. The problem is that I didn't realize that this, even though it's an overdyed fabric, that it was only overdyed on one side. And I'm doing it on the back. So I'm doing it on the solid side. And the other side is where the texture is. So my back side is all decorative. Oops. But that's okay, because it still looks fine on the side. So yeah, I could have just done it on solid fabric, but whatever. I think it's on Ren is the official name of the fabric, but obviously I'm not doing on that, so we're doing it on natural because it's on the solid side. And it was a kitted project. I didn't realize I was doing it on the wrong side of the fabric until I was significantly in, and it was like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. So yeah. So that is on my WIP Go board, and I'm actually late on that WIP Go, so that will be coming up a little bit quicker. This is one I started last year. This is Blessed is the Life. Blessed is the life that finds joy in the journey. And I started this year for my 50th birthday because I thought it was a perfect quote. Not a lot done on it yet because, again, I kind of had a crazy year. So I have a whole bunch of zigzags. Nothing special, but it's going to look awesome when it's done. I did not add this one to my list this year. So that one will have to go in the bin. It has a really pretty, just like, it reminds me of coffee. This is like the entire colorway. I don't know, it's very coffee house to me. Very autumny. But a lot of Little House is autumny. They do a lot of stuff in that color scheme. Okay, next up, the Haunted Library. That I'm pretty sure is in my list. Yes, the Haunted Library is, in fact, on my to-do list. So I only have part one printed off right now because there's a ton of stitches in that. This was a mystery stitch along. So you didn't know what you were stitching. It's long since ended, so I know how the whole piece looks. This is from Lola Crow, who does one of these fabulous stitch alongs every year. And these are the stairs for the library. So that's all I have printed out. But if you Google The Haunted Library by Lola Crow, you'll see the entire piece finished. And I started this last year in October at the Stitch New England retreat. I only worked on it for a day, but I got a very nice amount of the railing done, all in black. And this is appropriately on a piece of fabric called Crypt from, who is it? Lap and Loops is the dyer. It's on 28 count, so it's going to be nice and big. I don't always work on tiny count, although a lot of times I do these days. I find I do a lot of stuff on 40 count. It's just kind of been my jam. Okay, this piece is one I took as a class from Jeanette Douglas, who, if you haven't figured out today, is one of my favorite designers. This is called Love to Stitch, and it's these 4 little pieces that all fit into a tray. And then there actually is a series of trays, and I have it way behind me. I'll bring it out. It's kind of behind a bunch of stuff, so I don't want to fall as I dig it out. But each of these trays actually fits slots into a little fancy spinner thing. So you can do multiples. And she's done probably like 8 different versions of these trays. And some of them are like this, and some of them have 3 down the side. So a lot of options. Here's the tray. So I have all the stuff to finish it, including for the back of all the little pieces. I've got all the felt to finish them too. And the fabric is actually a pretty small piece. And I've almost finished the biggest piece here, this one, which has the most detail on it. And that's what it looks like. I just need to, basically, I need to finish the border, and that first one is done. But I'm going to stitch all of the different pieces because they all go on the same piece of fabric before I do any finishing work for anything, so that I can comfortably, put it in my hoop. This is Picture This Plus fabric. I forget the design. I have to dig it out here. I'm not sure what it's stitched on, but it's definitely Picture This Plus. It looks a lot like Legacy to me. I think that's the Legacy fabric. That's what we're going to call it for today. That is not on my WIP Go board, only because since it's all specialty stitches, it's harder to count. So that one I just kind of work on as I have time. It is in, actually, I should bring out the floss on this one, because Jeanette has a habit of doing some fascinating different things and really breaking cross stitchers out of our normal modes with stitching and introducing us to different fibers. So there is some very plasticky stuff up here. We have a lot of glorious silks down here. We have some metallics here. And then this is actually wool. This is very fine wool. And I've used the wool on one of her other designs before. So I have stitched with wool before. You have to be very careful with it and use very short pieces because the eye of your needle can fray it so easily. But yeah, that's how her kits come. Really nice and easy to use them off of those. Okay, so that will go down. I am so good at starting projects. I know. I'm really good at starting projects. I need to do some work on some of these projects. But I'm hoping actually that by hacking up a lot of this stuff now and limiting me to what's on my WIP Go board, I'll actually make some serious progress on these pieces because they're the only ones that are going to be out. Everything else is going to be in a bin. So I can only pick from the ones that are on the WIP Go board, with the one exception of one piece that, actually it is on my WIP Go board, of the Downton Abbey retreat, which is this week. So everything else needs to go away. So let's see. Yeah, the oopsie for going on the back side of that fabric. Whatever. It's just me. It fits my personality to be doing everything backwards. Let's see. Ooh, you're back stitching the field. Congratulations. We need a picture when you're done. You know that, right? Hello, Nifty. Thanks for joining. And Pearl is saying hello, Nifty. And hello back. But starting them is the hardest part. Yeah, kinda. It depends on the piece. I find that when I have to do back stitching, that seems to be the hardest part, only because it's just so mind-numbingly boring. But yeah, I guess starting can be, it depends on the piece. Some pieces are super easy to start, and then others are like, I find it's harder to get them finished. I don't know what. Every piece has its own personality. This is the piece, this next one on that point, is the piece that I can't get done. It is almost done, but it's at the stage where it's kind of boring, and so there's only so much of it I can take. This is another one of my oldest WIPs, and if Amy is still watching, she's going to laugh at me because it's still going. This was published in 1999, and I want to say that I've probably been working on this since about 2002. This is Smoky Mountain Cats, and oh, is it blue? It is very blue. It is full coverage, so that means that there is not a single spot that you see the fabric through it. It is done on Aida, and yeah, it is a rough stitch. It's very simple, but it's kind of a dull stitch. But you'll see where I'm at. I am almost done, and it feels like a tapestry now. And it has a stain on it, but thankfully it's going to go under stitching. Here's where I'm at. I have like 3 rows of just blue to do up here, and then I basically just need to finish that final row of cats and like a little bit of blue here, and this sucker's done. Oh, and I need to backstitch the eyes because the eyes need to be backstitched. One cat's eyes are backstitched. As you can see, that guy has his eyes stitched. The other ones do not. But yeah, it is, I mean, it is solid because of all the stitching. And that's what that one looks like. And it is, I believe, on, yes, I did put it on my WIP Go board because it's like, you've got to get this stupid thing done. It takes forever, but I've got to get this thing done. Okay, so Smoky Mountain Cats gets added to the list of ones that is going back up into the stitching pile. Flying lesson is next, and I know this is not on my list because I don't want to deal with the frogging that I have to do on it. But I have frogging that I have to do on it. Not that much, but I'm just avoiding it. This is from Silver Creek Samplers, Flying Lesson. Cute little piece. I believe I got this in a black needle box early in their subscription days. I think that it might have been in one of the Halloween boxes, actually. Let me hide that. And this is where I'm at on this one. This is actually on Aida, even though it's a very soft fabric. This is on 18 count Aida. It's by Fibers on a Whim, and it's called Hazelwood. And it is the softest Aida fabric I have ever stitched on. I absolutely love it. I would stitch a whole, once I get to the point where I can't see stitching on linen anymore, I will switch back to this Aida in a heartbeat for everything, because it is a dream to work on. It feels so good under your hand. It's very minor, but it is going to screw me up that my Dusk Till Dawn is like, things are not lining up here on the right, and it's going to be noticeable. So I just need to pick out, I think I need to pick out the To Dawn to fix it. But it's just, things aren't quite lining up right. And it's just enough that it's going to annoy me, even though it really shouldn't matter. But so I'm just avoiding it for right now. It's in timeout. I'll get to it. Do a few other comments. Liz is like, yes, if I can get it in the Q snaps. That's fair. Too much. I know. You're frogging. I'm sorry. And after all the frogging, I need some no thinking stitching. That's why I have a WIP problem, because I get angry with something and then it needs to go in timeout, and then I grab something else. And when you have years like last year, half of them wind up being new starts, which is why there's so many projects in here that are like, don't have a lot going on in them, because I went a little new start crazy. Some of it actually was also during COVID. I did, because, you know, we were all stuck at home and I was bored out of my mind, and I would just start things. So, and then I would work on them because I got busy with other stuff. So, all right. And Liz is yelling at me to finish the cats. That's the plan. I promise that's the plan. It's on the WIP Go board. So it will definitely get work. I promise this year it is absolutely going to get work. Ashley came in. Hello, how are you? I'm doing well. I've been realizing just how many WIPs I have during this insanity. I don't know what I was thinking, but you know, we're on. Well, we have had a couple of 30-minute sprints, but yeah, I'm at 4.5 hours going through this. I have a few too many WIPs, but we're paring it down to focus pile for the rest of the year. So this is good. Yes. The cats. Yes. The blue cats. And hello, friends in the chat. Good to see everybody. Okay, let's continue with Stitcher's Soul Journey, which was, oh, that's where that hoop went. It's been in a hoop. I put it in a hoop. We'll get one of my hoops put back into my pile. I was wondering where my 8-inch hoop was. Ha! Okay. And yeah, I have actually, most of my hoops now are these Nerge brand square hoops. I do have some wooden hoops, and which I do like, but I do find that with the humidity, they get kind of cranky on me. And then after a while, they just don't hold the tension like I want them to. But these Nerge square hoops, I love, and they get nice and tight. And I like the square shape. I don't know why. I used to stitch in Q snaps all the time. And I've been finding as I'm getting a little bit older, they are starting to get a little too heavy for my wrist. But if I stitch in my frame, like my grip frame, I'll still use a Q snap. But if I'm stitching in hand, it's almost always in these days. This is a piece that I started last year for New Year's. And it's by Twin Peaks Primitive, and it's called A Stitcher's Soul Journey. With Mend Thy Soul with Needle and Threads, which is kind of, you see that phrase or something very similar to it on a lot of different stitching patterns I find. But this one, I just kind of liked this one. And it came as a kit, and it came with a project bag that actually has the entire pattern stamped on the outside of the project bag. So if I didn't know what I was stitching, well, now I do. And the charted fabric for this thing is kind of interesting because it's a gray with weird splotches of brown that almost makes it look like I accidentally spilled something on this. But this is the fabric, and this is what I have done so far. This is on Aida. It's a 14 count Aida with DMC floss. And you can really, because it's on Aida fabric, you can like really see my stitches on this thing. It's kind of absurd because they actually look ridiculously clean on this, and my stitches aren't always all that clean, but they look pretty darn good on this fabric. So that's where I am on that one. That is not on the list, so that will go back in the bin. It actually came with a floss board too, to do all of your flosses on, with the same phrase on it, which is kind of cool. So very handy dandy little kit here. All right, so you will go down, put you there. Quaker Compass, which is on my list for this year. This is also by Rosewood Manor. And I saw this up on the wall at her booth at Celebration of Needlework, and I fell in absolute love. I started it, but I decided not to do it in the colors that were called for, because the colorway is identical to the birth sampler I did for my son, which was also by her. And I needed a break from those colors for a while. So I decided to be a little bit rebellious, and the fabric is in those colors. The floss most definitely is not. So the fabric, let me make sure I have this going the right way. Here is what mine is. And I am doing this, it is all in one floss. It's an overdyed floss from Threadworks. And I'm doing all of the outside motifs first. These are Quakers. And once I get the outside motifs done, then I'm going to play from there. This is on 36 count fabric. I believe it's on the other side of my piece of sterling. And the floss is, I'll show you the hank. So this is, come here. This is the floss. It's 1157 from Threadworks. It comes in 20-yard hanks, and it goes from a deep purple in through a light purple, in through a gray, and then goes into a light green. So I've got a couple of, this is the hank I'm working off of right now. And I'm pretty sure I have enough, but just in case, I'm doing the outside first, and then I'll work from there. Because some of these projects can be deceiving, and they can eat up floss like no tomorrow. Okay. Oop, I'm getting kind of a stack up there. All right, this is Frogworts. This is from my other retreat this summer. And this has been all 4 Harry Potter books. I joined the retreat in year 2. I did not stitch on it that year. I started stitching on the project piece. I decided to start involving myself in all the games during year 4. So I have years 4, 5, and 6 going. And during the retreat this year, this is all I will work on, because we'll see how far I can get. So these are the samplers for books 4, 5, and 6. There is a gap here because I do have another one of the book spine patterns for the US editions to fill in. It'll look like these other 2, but it's the color of that year. And they cram a whole ton of stuff into these samplers. So there's one of these with like motifs from the books for every single year. And I am doing this on a piece of 40 count. And I have now buried my book completely. But yeah, it's 40 count linen. And that'll be a lot of fun when it's done. I've got a lot of work to go, but I've also got a lot of work in on this one. probably one of the pieces, honestly, I have like the most work in the shortest amount of time, because I've only been working on that piece in July for the past, it basically is for like 2 weeks of the year in July. And I'm working on it in such a frenzy because we do races on things that then I don't want to see it for a while. All right, let's see here. We've got my other Owl Forest. I'm kind of surprised I didn't put this one on the list. This is Bayun Cat, or Cote Bayun. And although Cote Bayun looks very, very sweet and innocent and cute, it's actually kind of a nightmare figure in Russian folklore. It's kind of the cat that comes and eats everybody in their dreams, but it looks cute. I didn't find that out until after I was reading it when I bought it and went, oh. And I have a nice amount of this one done. The floss in this one is, I absolutely love. Here's where this one is. So I have a big section of the tail going. It's moving right along. And this was fully kitted as is. So the fabric came with the kit, and she hand dyes the floss herself. And with everything going on with Russia, I don't know if you can get the kits right now, but I know there is a location to download the charts. And she does DMC conversions, but I would recommend, if you can get the kits, these ones you want the kits, because her flosses are fantastic. Okay, so that's that one. Couple more, and I think then we are about done for today. It's in this one because I've forgotten to label this one. Oh, this is another one of my Tudor Rose classes. This is the Blue Flower. We had this as a summer stitch along, actually. We didn't do it as a class, but then she came and did a how to finish it. Let me see if I've only got the printout from the download. This is called Bees in the Greenhouse. So that's how it's finished. It's a 3D tufted, basically. And I thought I had a color copy of that, but I don't know. Anyway, I am doing it on a piece of light green even weave, which is going to make it hard for me to finish it because even weave doesn't always want to fold properly for these kind of things. But you can see the white just barely. So it's going to look very delicate. And those are the sides that I have done so far. That one I do not have on my list this year. Okay, couple more and then we will be done. I have another Teresa Wenzler. So this is by the same designer as the Egyptian sampler I showed earlier. This one is kind of in a holding pattern. I have a number of her projects started, but most of them actually have already been boxed up because I'm not working on them right now. Celestial Dragon came out for some reason, for some challenge. So it's out of storage. But this is Celestial Dragon, and it is a really gorgeous piece. Very, very intense. And all of those Chinese characters are done over one. The rest of it is actually over two, believe it or not. But it is super, super detailed because there's a whole lot of backstitching again, because it's Teresa. I am doing this on 28 count white Jolene, and it's got a zipper issue here. Hang on. Okay. And this is where I'm at on this one. Lots of detail work on this. This has a lot of metallic threads on this one. And I started this along with a whole bunch of other ones and then went, I'm working on too many Wenslers and I need to put all but one away. So for a while, that was working on Floral Bell Pull, which is now done. Egyptian Sampler is now the one I'm focusing on. And then this will be the next one I focus on. But it is not currently in rotation. But it was out in my active WIP pile because I picked it up last year for something. So. All right. So I have two more projects to show you that are in the next bin. I'm going to find those for you, and they're kind of the big pieces. Well, one's up on top. Okay. This one in the big hoop. Cow, don't fall over. Stay. Okay. Yeah. This is the beginning of Water Garden. And I say the beginning because this is a huge piece. And yes, I have it in a quilting frame. So this is in a 16-inch quilting frame to give you an idea of how big this sucker is going to be. And it is intense. I started as a stitch along last year. I've actually put a ton of work into this one so far, and I have a ton left to do. But I do not have a great full photo of this one, but I will post it. I'll put a link at some point onto my blog. I'll post a picture of it, of the full piece. This is done entirely in DMC. And then anywhere where you see gaps in the center here where there's a lot of white is going to be beads. This thing is going to be blinged out when it gets done. But yes, this will be a many, 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 many years project. The next insanity piece. If Amy is still here, she's going to be laughing at me because this one has a story. And she already knows if I say this one has a story, which piece is coming up. So 2018, we go to Celebration Needlework, which is a big stitching convention up in Nashua, New Hampshire. And I'm at one of the back tables in the shopping hall, and I come across a piece of 56 count fabric. So 56 count fabric means that if you're doing over two holes, it's 28 stitches to the inch, which is, so you think of twice, that's like 28 count fabric over one. Okay. And I was like, I have to get this fabric just to say that I own a piece of this because I've never seen this count before in my life. I have to do it. It just had to happen. So I pick up this piece of fabric, and then we're joking around, and I sarcastically say, I wonder if And They Sinned would fit on this. And They Sinned is one of those pieces that's kind of just known in cross-stitch circles. Maybe not as much anymore because it's now an older piece. But back then, a lot of us who've been stitching for a while know this piece, that on normal fabric, this sucker winds up being almost 5 feet tall, the entire piece. It's like that jade band sampler that I finished last year. It's one of those ridiculously long pieces that people stand next to the framed copy that's, as tall as they are. And I'm sarcastically going, I wonder if And They Sinned will fit on this piece of fabric. And so we were doing the calculations, and we found out it would. And that means that it just had to happen, right? So this is the tightest weave fabric that I work on. And oh, I need magnifiers for this thing. This is 56 count. It feels like a bed sheet. It is that fine. And let me see if I can get this in here. You can barely see how tiny the stitches are on this thing. Let me, okay, so this is a US quarter. For those of you who are in the UK, if I remember right, I don't remember which work was the same size, but a quarter is about an inch across. So, you know, like 2.5 centimeters. For Pearl, it's the same size as her quarters in Canada, but that gives you an idea. That point is 1 stitch. So that gives you an idea of how tiny these things are. I am stitching it in the called for colors over 2. And when it's done, that's how long it's going to be, which is about half the size of a normal and they sinned. Let me, well, the photo is not great on the original. This is when they were actually printing photos and gluing them to pieces of paper on the front of patterns because they weren't digital at that time. This came out in like 2002-ish. That's the whole piece. There is a lot to do. I have got installed on that cloud on the top, the cloud of doom, because there are so many freaking stitches in that thing. And yeah, it's a glossy photo, so, but it's an actual photo that they glued to this thing. I still don't know if I even will finish the green down there at the bottom. I may end it at that spot. I haven't decided yet, but I got a long way to go before I get there. So that is And They Sinned. And that is probably my bucket list piece of all bucket list pieces for me to finish this thing. And I think there might be a couple more pieces in there, but I think I'm going to end it for now there. Partially just because I'm running out of room. And maybe we'll do another brief WIP Parade later this week or in a couple of weeks once I get some more stuff situated. But I think there might be another like 8 or 9 in there. But my throat is starting to die. So I think I need to stop here for the night. But thank you guys all for being with me and enduring my insanity of a WIP Parade. Liz said that dinner is ready. Be right back. Although I might be off by the time you get back. And Pearl said hi to Ashley. But yeah, I think that catches me up with everybody. So yeah, I will attempt to, I'll see if I can do another like impromptu stream on Wednesday, more just to stitch in the morning. Probably won't be this. It'll be chill. But I do appreciate everybody like helping me sort stuff out and be here to keep me accountable for doing packing. I mean, I've now packed a tub and a half and like almost all of my bins are empty now, which is awesome. So that definitely gets me towards my goal of getting my stitching stuff packed up this week. So thank you for holding me accountable. If I do some more either tomorrow or Wednesday and am like getting packing done, maybe I'll just do accountability sprint pop-ups. I won't be showing stuff off, but we'll see. But until then, everybody have a great night. Go have some fun crafting. And I will see you guys next time. All right? Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Bye.